Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's Tuesday, February 3rd, 5 p.m. This is your city council meeting, and we are starting closed session, 5 o'clock. We'll call the meeting to order. And Melissa, would you call roll call, please?
Councilmember Bausch?
Here.
Councilmember Beal? Here. Councilmember Gregory?
Here.
Councilmember Strong? Mayor is absent, and Mayor Hammond?
Here. Tonight we have closed session items 2, and we'll let our legal counsel, Elizabeth Hall, tell us what we're going to be talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This evening, we are going into closed session on 2 items. The first is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. The name of the case is John Borst versus the City of El Paso de Robles, a California general law city, and does 1 through 10. The second case is, again, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to the same section, and it is a second case entitled John Borst versus the City of El Paso de Robles, a general law city, and those are the only 2 items.
Very good. Thank you. We'll open up these 2 items to public comment regarding closed session matters. I see nobody in the room. Do we have anyone online?
No, sir.
Okay, then we'll go ahead and adjourn to closed session and reconvene at 6 p.m. for a regular open session.
Hey, Luffy, can you hear me? This is Chris.
Hey, Chris. Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hey, good. Hey, we're in our temporary location tonight, so I'm going to have you on speakerphone, so you won't be able to see anyone, but
Okay.
we'll have you on speaker.
Testing.
guys ready? Good evening, everyone. It's the Tuesday, February 3rd, 6 o'clock. We're reconvening from a closed session. We'll begin tonight with the Pledge of Allegiance and then invocation. Please stay standing after that. Join with me, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Our pastor, who is going to be here tonight, is not, so I will go ahead and give the invocation. May we govern with wisdom, humility, and respect, listening carefully, serving faithfully, and making decisions that strengthen our community today and for many generations to come. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. And we'll start with roll call. Melissa, please.
Councilmember Belch.
Here.
Councilmember Beal. Here. Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Strong is absent today. And Mayor Hammond.
Here. Staff introductions beginning on my right with our city clerk.
Melissa Martin, City Clerk, joined by Mary Sponholz, Deputy City Clerk.
Warren Frace, Community Development Director.
Chris Hewitt, City Manager.
Elizabeth Hull, City Attorney.
And we'll start with the report from closed session. Elizabeth, do you have that for us?
I do, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Earlier this afternoon, the council went into closed session on two items. They were both conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. The name of both cases was John Borst versus the City of El Paso de Robles, California General Law City, and there is no reportable action.
Very good. Tonight we have presentations. The first one I'll do for Frida Berman's retirement proclamation. So Frida, would you want to join us? Proclamation honoring Public Works Director Frida Berman on the occasion of her retirement, or soon to be. Whereas Public Works Director Frida Berman will officially retire on February 14th, 2026, after 22 years of distinguished and selfless service to the residents of Paso Robles and visitors of San Luis Obispo County. And whereas Frida began her career with the City of Paso Robles on May 14th, 2004, as Park Supervisor and was promoted to Maintenance Services Superintendent on September 22nd, 2013. And whereas on August 7th, 2022, Frida was appointed Public Works Director, providing exceptional leadership and oversight of the department's operations, personnel, and major capital projects. And whereas throughout her career, Frida oversaw a myriad of significant city projects, including the Uptown Family Park, Barney Schwartz Pump Track, Sherwood Forest Construction, Sherwood Park Pickleball Complex, City Corporation Yard Design, Centennial and Municipal Pool Rehabilitation Project, Larry Marr Park Design, Fire Station 3, Public Safety Center Training, which just recently completed, and most recently, the City Hall remodel, which is currently just about ready to get finished up. Whereas during her tenure, Frida was instrumental in surrounding her success of the city's annual 4th of July and New Year's Eve community celebrations, which were just outstanding. Throughout her creativity and vision, Frida also brought the magic of holiday and year-round lighting to the city park, enhancing the community pride and enjoyment of our treasured downtown park. Whereas Frida's professionalism, commitment, leadership, and integrity have left a lasting positive impact on the city of Paso Robles and the entire community it serves. Now therefore let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of Paso Robles and also speaking on behalf of the city council, do hereby express the sincere and grateful appreciation to the Public Works Director, Frida Berman, and extend our congratulations on her well-earned retirement and convey our best wishes for her continued success, happiness, and good health in the coming years. Congratulations.
Before we give Frida the microphone, I just wanted to say a couple words. Frida, I showed up 4 years ago. I remember walking in your office at the courtyard. I remember sitting down with you, and immediately I knew just the wealth of knowledge and the type of person that you were and the care that you've given to this community over the last 22 years. Working with you, both as the assistant city manager and now as the city manager, I've been immensely grateful for your leadership. We gave you a department that was recently reorganized and still needed some pieces of the puzzle put together, and you did that without skipping a beat. All the different projects and everything that you've been involved in has really, I think, in my opinion, enhanced and changed the fabric of this community in such a positive way, and for that, we're ever grateful to you. With that, staff, we put together a little starter pack for you for retirement here. So a little gift from us to you to kick off what I hope is a long and relaxing couple of many years in retirement. And I'm glad to see that you won't have to work any holidays anymore. And I know you're happy about that. So thank you again. I appreciate everything that you've done for the city, everything you've done for our executive leadership team, and I wish you all the best in retirement.
First, many thanks to the mayor, council, and city manager for this recognition. I can tell you it doesn't feel like 22 years. Over those years, I've had the privilege of working with amazing people in every city department. That's been one of the benefits of my position. I'd like to recognize the building division for always working with me to get construction projects done successfully. And also police and fire, who listen to my crazy event ideas and say, "You want to do what?" And then just as quickly say, "Yeah, let's go for it." So I really appreciate that. And to all the fantastic staff in all the city departments who were on my event teams, it wouldn't have happened without any of you. But this is about Public Works, and I've worked with the most amazing professional staff. It's easy to have ideas, I say that all the time, but it takes a skilled team to really execute them. And Public Works staff is in the background 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, completing work that allows other city staff to do their jobs and allows the citizens of Paso Robles to go about their daily lives. We have a saying in Public Works, which I'm going to paraphrase, and what I want to say is they just get the job done. Public service is an intensive effort, and the example of that committed service was set by my parents, the late Dr. Eugene and Helen Berman. I think about that a lot and where it's brought me to this evening. And finally, to my husband, John, Barba, thank you for supporting me through the hours, through the weekends, through the events. It's a lot, and it's the best. Thank you all.
If there was a Babe Ruth in community service, I think she's the home run hitter here, that's for sure. All right, next we have Workforce Development Update, Paul Sloan, Economic Development Manager. Welcome, Paul.
Also an Economic Development Manager. It's my honor and privilege to introduce our speaker for this segment tonight. Obviously, workforce is the bedrock of our economy and incredibly important for all of our local businesses. And we're incredibly fortunate to have a very dynamic Workforce Development Board. And it's my pleasure to introduce tonight to speak to us the Director of the SLO County Workforce Development Board, Don Bullinger.
Thank you all. Thanks for having me tonight, for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Dawn Boulanger. I'm the Director of the Workforce Development Board here in San Luis Obispo County. I'm going to share a little bit of information with you about our programs and as well as some of the strategic initiatives of the Workforce Development Board. Do we know? Oh, there we go. If you're not familiar, the Workforce Development Board is a governing body appointed by the County Board of Supervisors to oversee federal Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act funds that the county receives. These are not grant funds, these are allocated funds that are based on the workforce needs in our community that come into our county. The legislation requires that we have a board that's a majority business membership, so at least 51% of our board are local industry sectors from our priority industries. And then we have some required partners, including government, Employment Development Department, Department of Rehabilitation, Adult Education, Community College, and our labor organizations. This is our current roster of our Workforce Development Board. All of our meetings, just like yours, are open to the public. They're governed by the Brown Act. Our next meeting is this Thursday at 8:30 a.m. We'll be holding it at the Cliffs Resort and Spa in Pismo. The Workforce Development Board is responsible with overseeing the services of SLO-CAL Careers. Here in our county, our public workforce system is operated by what we call SLO-CAL Careers. You'll find these counterparts operating what's called America's Job Centers or America's Job Centers of California throughout the state and throughout the nation. Locally, we partner with Eckerd Connects, who's a nonprofit that delivers all of the services found through our SLO-CAL Careers programs, which include things here like our business services, job seeker services, rapid response services where we're supporting businesses who are closing or facing layoffs, and layoff aversion and business retention where we're trying to do some proactive support with employers and businesses before they may close their doors. A little bit of info about services. All of our services are, as I said, funded through public funds and are available at no cost to folks in our community. You can come into the SLO-CAL Career Center. Right now we're in a temporary location on Empleo Street in the city of San Luis Obispo. We will be moving to a permanent location with details to come. We just submitted the lease on Friday, but that will also be in San Luis Obispo. At the SLO-CAL Career Center, you have a resource room where you have access to Employment Development Department state staff, our SLO-CAL Career staff, as well as CalWorks and CalFresh staff from the Department of Social Services. We help job seekers with job prep, resume assistance, as well as training. If they're going to classroom training, we can fund classroom training, and we can also fund what's called on-the-job training, which is part of our business services. So we also have business services helping our local employers with their hiring needs. We can help them post their job orders, rewrite their job orders, do outreach and recruitment, screen resumes. We also have a no-cost HR hotline, which I'll leave some of the info here. If you can please spread the word. This is open to all employers in San Luis Obispo County, confidential HR support and advice that folks can call. Through that, we also offer quarterly webinars on HR and workforce compliance matters. The other piece I was asked to talk to you about was a little bit about the strategic initiatives of the Workforce Development Board, and we do much of this through what's called our State of the Workforce Report. I'm going to give a big picture overview. There's a lot of data, so we're going to go through a lot of different data points. I'll walk you through what you're seeing. The point is to give you an overview of big picture, what we look at as we look at the workforce needs throughout the county. If there's items here that you are more interested in and want to take a deeper dive into, our hope would be to come back, talk with you, and get into some of that. For today, we're going to start with the overview. We usually update this report every 2 years, so we'll be updating this for 2026, so another opportunity for the council to provide any input or direction you might want for the Workforce Board to consider what you'd like to see in this report. The data I'll share with you today is from our 2023 report. While I do anticipate that some of the things may change within the report, the pillars of that report, the demographics of our community, our priority industry sectors, those types of things really won't have many drastic changes, just some minor stuff within it. So we look at the economic landscape and basically any factor that's affecting workers in San Luis Obispo County. We do this by identifying priority industries. We categorize these into high, medium, and low earning industries. So what you're looking at here are high earning industry clusters. The graph, the vertical, shows you the average wages, which are ranging from $60,000 to $130,000 in our high industry clusters. The bottom is telling you that growth or decline. Unfortunately, in the past 5 years, we had seen a decline in all of our high earning industry clusters. On here, ICT is information and communication technologies, and I think the others are all spelled out. The size of the bubble is how concentrated, how many jobs are available within that industry within the county. Our middle earning industry clusters, all of the county's mid-earning industry clusters grew over a 5-year period. This is fantastic. This is really where the Workforce Development Board works. We're working to help folks get into the middle class. We're trying to grow that middle class and fight poverty in our communities. This is also showing you the same. These wages average from $50,000 to $85,000, and the percentage of growth along the bottom, and you can see the size of the bubble showing how many job concentration. Our acronym in here for DATM is Defense, Aerospace, and Transportation Manufacturing, and the PBS is Professional and Business Services. And the others are spelled out for you there. So these are really where we're looking from a workforce angle of how do we onboard folks into career pathways or directly into these. Third are our lowest earning industry clusters. We've seen mixed growth in these over the past 5 years. And again, you're seeing the size of that showing you how large. You can see agriculture and food is one of our largest industries, followed by tourism, hospitality, and recreation. So while some of those industries grew and created jobs, some of them lost and shed jobs over the time. To give a little bit of landscape about our residents in San Luis Obispo County, this is showing you we have a challenge retaining talent in our local community. The turquoise column is the resident workforce. How many people live in the county in that particular industry that we're stating? The dark blue is how many of them are working in SLO. So you can see some of these are pretty even. We're retaining our talent. In other areas, we're exporting. I mean, they're living here, but they're working elsewhere. Our primary commute patterns really are between Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo County, where just over 8,000 people a day are leaving our county into Santa Barbara, and vice versa, with slightly more leaving our county and going to work, living in Santa Barbara and coming to work in SLO. The demographics of our community, what's important here is the turquoise is the San Luis Obispo County age, and compared to the state of California, and the dark blue on the right-hand column. If you can see this sharp U-shaped curve here, this is showing that our primary residents are under 18, or the 18 to 24. Those are driven by our college students. And then at that 55 and over, it starts increasing with retirees. So we know we're facing some challenges around having a very minimal workforce. So that 25 to 55 age range are our lowest population, which is why your businesses and our businesses are struggling to find workers. There's not as many workers available. But there's strategies for this and how we invest in the youth workforce. You'll hear me say this often if you've heard me present at all. San Luis Obispo County faces a job quality issue. By that, I mean that the majority of jobs in San Luis Obispo County are in low-wage, low-skill jobs, the large number of jobs. So that's why we look at priority industry sectors and career pathways, moving folks into livable wage jobs. We can't talk about workforce without talking about barriers to that, and amongst that always comes up cost of living. The challenge in San Luis Obispo County is not just the high cost of our housing, but that's compounded by our low wages, our lower than average wages. So if you look at the bottom chart there, On the very left is San Luis Obispo County, with our average wages ranging around $56,000. And then you're moving to California with the average state wages in the 80,000, and then compared to the United States on the right. So we have significantly lower than average wages compared to the state and the US. However, our housing cost, which is the bottom right, is showing you our median home cost at $800,000 compared to the state at $700,000 and across the country in the $400,000s. That top graph are the tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 jobs. Tier 1 are your highest level. They're usually earning around $90,000 a year, and those are the smallest amount of jobs that we have. Tier 2, middle wage, middle class, they're earning around $50,000 a year. Also, not a huge number of jobs there. Those large column on the top right are our tier 3, entry, low wage, lower skill jobs that are not going to provide a viable wage for folks living in SLO County. So we need to look at how we invest in those middle skill jobs and how we move people from entry level jobs into middle wage and middle skill jobs. Oops, I think I went the wrong way. Housing costs, this is looking at the percentage of an income that an individual would spend on their housing or on their rent. An economic indicator of distress is usually if you're spending more than 35% of your household income on your rent or on your mortgage, then that's indicating economic distress. You might be paying your bills, but you're not going to have discretionary money to go out and enjoy the place that we get to live. So this is breaking it down a little bit by region, North and South County. For North County on the top left, you'll see it's less than 20% of the individuals, or the turquoise is showing the individuals who are paying less than 20% of their income, followed by the gray bar where they're using 20 to 35%. And then the largest amount of 40-something% of the individuals in North County are spending more than that 35% on the income, particularly on housing. When you look at renting costs, it's a little bit lower. You can see in North County, you've got the majority of folks that are here are spending that 20 to 35. They're still okay when they're looking at the rental costs. But this is just looking at economic distress or indicators of that. This is not a surprise to anyone. This is also looking at our housing costs, again, higher than national and state average and compared to our wages. So the issue isn't just that we have a high cost of housing. There's probably not a coastal community in the state of California that's inexpensive to live in, but it's about the affordability of that housing because of the low wage issue. Another piece that I want to talk about, and I was here in the fall and I talked with you all during National Apprenticeship Week, and you recognized our building and construction trades partners for their apprenticeship programs. One of the job quality initiatives of the Workforce Development Board is investing in looking at construction jobs and construction work. And as we look at that, there is significant investments coming into our community at a local, state, and federal level of investments coming into commercial, residential, and other infrastructure projects. If we don't do our job to keep those jobs local by incorporating local hire agreements, which is another initiative that we can dive deeper into another time of the Workforce Development Board, we're really missing some significant opportunities for providing those jobs. So if we have a local public project and 23 electricians are needed and they go to, that bid goes to an out of the area contractor and there's no stipulations in there for them to try to hire locally, they're bringing in a workforce from out of the area, they're funding that work, and then those individuals are going back to their home community and stimulating their economy there and not here. So this is really critical. Workforce attraction in San Luis Obispo is very hard. Once we get beyond talking about our beautiful weather and our lack of traffic and commute patterns, it's very hard for a worker to come and transition here. Again, low wages, high cost of living. So when we have an opportunity that jobs are coming to us, we really need to take that. This is looking at a couple of the key sectors in that infrastructure workforce that have shed jobs. This is in part due to just that, what I explained, that work is happening in the community, but those jobs aren't being created here. And so you're seeing a decline in the jobs. And this is really challenging. This is one of the primary career pathways for an individual who wants to stay in our community and live on the Central Coast, who's not going to post-secondary education or a four-year school. This is one of the most viable career paths in construction for them. On the flip side, there are some industries within our construction and infrastructure workforce that are gaining and growing jobs. However, we have an aging workforce, which we do across the board, but significantly in our construction. There's a wave of retirements coming up. On that bottom graph, you can see the percentage of workers in that industry that are 45, 55, and older and looking at retirement. So we need to invest in some youth exposure and career pathways around this. So local hire in San Luis Obispo County, this doesn't necessarily mean you're working with union or non-union workers. You're working with employers who are going to hire local talent. This is about your neighbors and the folks in our community and ensuring when those jobs are happening or they're going to their work or school or shopping center and they know they could do that work, that their colleagues are on that job and it's not individuals from elsewhere. So looking at the pros and cons, here is a demonstration trying to look at what is the potential of how that outweighs it. Higher paying jobs for residents, improving job quality across the county, stimulating local spending when people have discretionary money to go out, generating tax revenue, and supporting job accessibility so that we're not training folks and then sending them out of the area for work. There are potential concerns, and we dive really deep into this in our local hire report, dismantling some of these myths about do projects really take longer, do they really come out at higher cost. There's several local projects identified in our study that really debunked that came out on time and got those projects done within budget as well. So this is something I did mention last time I got to meet with you all. The reason why we're looking at investing in construction jobs is, as I said, we have a job quality issue with 57% of our workers being in Tier 3 jobs. That means for a family of 4 with 2 working adults in the home, the working adults need to carry almost 3 full-time jobs, so 2.7 full-time jobs. It's impossible to do that. So we have a working class poor that's evolving out of this. However, in our construction industry, 77% of jobs in construction in San Luis Obispo County pay above the county's median wage, and they're paying about 37% on average above that wage in those construction jobs. Also, sometimes folks are thinking that we don't necessarily have construction workers who have post-secondary education. That's really not the case. 11% of those workers have a 4-year degree, a minimum of 4-year degree. Some of the economic impacts of this, for every 100 construction jobs that are created, 49 additional jobs are created along the supply chain. That results in $11.4 million in income and income to local residents, directly in the pockets of our local residents, and $15.2 million in GDP. That breaks down on the bottom of $2.2 million in federal taxes that are generated from 100 new construction jobs, 903,000 in state, and 525,000 in local. So this is to talk about the significant investment that comes along that chain when we look at investing in our local construction workforce. So some of the things that we're doing to address this, we have our initiatives for local hire. We're aiming to increase awareness by having opportunities like this to talk with all of you. The Workforce Development Board does not procure these projects and infrastructure projects. It's those of you that are in city and influential positions throughout the counties or who are doing that procurement and putting out those bids that we really ask you to consider looking at incorporating local hire, community workforce, community benefits agreements. So how do we get the community to support that, provide training opportunities with our apprenticeships and community colleges so we can bring people into those careers, and doing career exploration. We held an event with 4 construction trades last week where we did a bus tour bringing individuals who have completed a pre-apprenticeship training to explore 4 different apprenticeship opportunities that they could have in San Luis Obispo County. Some of the other areas that we're working to address on our job quality initiatives are developing the entrepreneurial ecosystem. We have an incredible opportunity for entrepreneurs and independent business owners in San Luis Obispo County. So looking at investing in that. Supporting the needs of the remote workers. We have mixed opinions about this, about what the impact is of remote workers, but there is a fact that it is providing high wage jobs to individuals who live in our community. So even if the job is elsewhere, their income and their revenue that they're spending and generating is affecting our community and our economy. And of course, something I know that your council and others are always addressing, adequate high supply of local and affordable housing. A few other things around this, we're looking at employment pathways. We talk a lot about career pathways. How do we move someone out of a dead-end job that they might make $18 or $20 an hour with, but there's nowhere to go from there into a career pathway where they can move into a middle-wage, middle-skill job. How do we partner with educators? We work really closely with Cal Poly, with Cuesta College, with Allen Hancock College in Santa Barbara County, who are constantly looking at developing new training and programs as new industries emerge, and things like aerospace are one of the top conversations with college trainings right now. And as I mentioned, supporting those local hiring initiatives. So that's just kind of our quick overview. Contact information, our Career Center is in the city of SLO. It's open to the public. There's my contact information, and sloworkforce.com is where you'll find information about our programs and our Workforce Development Board, and all of our meeting agendas and things are up there. I believe we left some time for Q&A.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Don. Questions for Don? Councilman Bausch.
Thank you. Observation and a quick question. Doing some research for a client last week, you had a quote from 2023 on median price for the county of $825 for median price housing. Last week, for the end, or December 2025, median price housing is now about $975 for the county.
Yeah.
It's just that's ghastly how much a median price house for the county. Can you explain the difference between local hire and prevailing wage hire?
So when the Workforce Board is talking about local hire, we're looking at incorporating, so prevailing wage really ties to public sector work and working with our construction trades and union apprenticeship programs. That there's prevailing wage usually tied to the project itself, not necessarily who's doing it. When we talk about local hire and the report that we have, and I'll leave some of the one-pagers with Paul as well, are talking about different ways to do that. There can be community workforce agreements that don't say that they have to work with a particular local union, but they say companies coming in and gets the bid, but they're going to agree to work with the local employers and local workforce, and they're going to try to float those jobs locally first and see if they can find it. So it might say that you would like 70% of the workers on that project to be local. And then you can guide that potential successful bidder or company that's doing the work as to who are the local employers that might employ those workers and things that they're looking for. So community workforce, community benefits agreements can be beyond a project labor agreement, working not just with a local labor organization, but they can just look at local hire, however you define that. Local could mean within the county, it could mean within our SLO Santa Barbara County region or something like that.
So do you see that as something the city would incorporate into their RFP?
That would be fantastic. Yes, we provided two, not everybody wants to read a full report and is a data nerd like me that finds this stuff interesting. So we did do one-pager infographics, and we have one on best practices around local hire, how that works. But yes, it would be the city or the entity procuring it that would write something like that into the RFP.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions over here? Chris Beal.
You covered a lot of ground there. Oh, well done. The timing, I'm encouraged that we all kind of wanted to see this, on the agenda, and that this conversation kind of came up in our visioning session. So this is sort of the perfect kind of time for this. I'm curious, I lost my thought, and that was my introduction. Gosh. Okay, I have to go back to my notes.
I know one thing that we had talked about, and I talked with Chris about, with Paul about, was what can we do for Paso, or how can the Workforce Board engage and work with Paso? So one thing I've chatted with Paul about is looking at something, with looking at the Paso Robles Airport and all the development that's happening there. I know there's kind of economic impact studies, but the Workforce Development Board could work with you on doing a workforce study. What are the jobs that are going to be needed there? What is training? And then where does that training exist? Does it not exist? So those types of things, even though the Workforce Board works at a county level, so a lot of this data isn't a deep dive into North County. The full report does go into some of our subregions, but when there's a particular project or an industry that's growing, we absolutely can invest in a particular community and do something around that workforce that can complement what you might be doing on an economic development end.
Okay, you brought me back to my thought. So the timing is good because we're actually doing an organizational assessment of like the Public Works Department, sort of stepping back and looking how things are going, also with community development. So this idea of somehow integrating these concepts into that conversation, the time is very good because from a council standpoint, that's really what we can do. There's a lot of things that the city can't do, right? That the council can't doesn't have any control over. But we actually invest a lot of public dollars into public works projects, lots of dollars. And for me to think that there's a bunch of companies that are working on these projects with our Paso dollars, and we're investing in the workforce of a Central Valley company, that makes no sense to me.
Right.
That we would be paying our tax dollars to really benefit another jurisdiction's economy. We saw the little U dip in terms of the population demographics. This is a way for us to be investing into our local workforce. And not only are we elevating the job and the wages and we're providing a pathway for, a career, but we're also recycling those dollars in our local community.
Absolutely.
So I'm very interested in this, and I hope we can sort of incorporate it into our organizational assessment with Public Works, and also I think the idea of sort of partnering with you on some of these studies. I think you might have some North County information that you didn't present today, but
Yeah, it's probably in the full report, which is on sloworkforce.com. You can dive into that. But yeah, I like to be hopeful and think that folks don't know that they're not providing these local opportunities. When we hear this happens or it's brought to us, I like to think maybe that's just outreach and education. Because I'm not sure anyone can, it can argue about getting their heads around providing a good opportunity, for our neighbors and our community members. And so we run a pre-apprenticeship program. We're moving this training pathway of folks into the building and construction trades, but that isn't going to land us anywhere if there aren't jobs on the back end of that. And
Well,
so, yeah.
And just to sort of follow up on what Councilmember Bausch was talking about, like this idea of prevailing wage, that's a requirement of like some of these
Project.
of the funding, right? Whether that's local or not is really independent from that. So the
Yeah.
idea that it's necessarily more expensive is not necessarily the case, but I think it
Yeah.
would help for me to have more information in some of the other case studies that you've done.
Yeah.
Maybe a link to the report.
Yes, I'll provide that. It's also on our website, local hire report. And like I said, we came up with, 2 one-pagers, and I can leave them with you. One is just a literal one-pager, best practices on how do you incorporate local hire? What are the different ways to do it? How do you oversee it? And the other is really that slide I showed you on the economic impact. So why do we talk about the importance of this? If those jobs local, how does that generate and stimulate our local economy?
Great, thank you.
Yeah, Donna, I have a couple questions too. In particular, I totally agree with, you mentioned the 70% of hires that we should be doing. And I've always advocated, for conditions of approval that we do hire local and a certain percentage of that. I was in the trades for almost 50 years and competing, where we have to live here with this higher cost of living, other people working and bidding for the same project from the valley where their cost of living is less, we already have a disadvantage. And so by requiring conditions of approval that builder will hire local to a certain level, that's very important. I think we should definitely push that.
Yeah,
Not
that
only-
70% was arbitrary number. I just
Yeah, I know.
But look at whatever you would want to.
Exactly.
incorporate.
That's something that I think our building and planning departments should always have on their minds when they're, doing conditions of approval. My main question though was, I didn't see any data, but like on 2-person households where there's 2 incomes, do we have any data on how many of those we have? In other words, those are the ones that will probably be able to afford a home versus the
Right.
mom staying at home and the dad's working and just can't make enough to own a home. I'm just curious if you have data
You could
on
like
that.
reverse the math and look at the 4-person household with the 2 working adults, and so you split that in half, and you're still looking at about 1.5 full-time jobs, right, per adult. And that would be for a family of 4, right, to meet self-sufficiency. So, yeah, we didn't derive that. We looked at what the income is, what's our self-sufficiency threshold, what is our middle and average skill, what are our jobs paying at entry and middle skill, and look at what that would be for the family of 4. So
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Again, a new married couple, they're just 2 of them,
Yeah.
both working, could maybe afford a home, but, having kids is
Right.
another problem,
Right, then you've got childcare, which I didn't address in here, but this is a big topic of our board meeting on Thursday, is looking at childcare as a barrier to employment as well as talking about childcare careers. So childcare, transportation, cost of housing are top three, I think, barriers to employment for folks. We live in a really geographically spread out community. We don't have great public transportation between,
Right.
north and south regions. So for someone to try and trek around, it gets challenging. But yeah, really the point is looking at that it's just not feasible for someone to work 120 hours a week, right? And that's just to sustain. And that doesn't mean they have discretionary income that they're then out and enjoying where we get to live.
Very good, thank you. Pro Tem Gregory.
Yes, thank you for your report. On what Mary Hammond was talking about on encouraging developers who come into the area and utilize more of our local workforce, is there any information available to our city, or are you sharing with our city on how to accomplish that?
Yes, I'd be happy to, and I know I have Chris's email and follow up with you with those direct links or whoever you want to connect me with. We did take a deep dive in the report of specific examples of how to and the best practices. Lightly touch on it on the one-pager, but the full report does go through how do you, because you can incorporate it, and if you don't oversee it, if you don't go to the work site or you don't ask that employer, did they hire locally, they'll check the box and say they hired locally. So there's other factors too about how do we oversee it, how do we actually make that work, as well as several local projects and national projects who've incorporated it successfully and demonstrate their projects do come in. You do still get multiple bids. They do come in at under budget or at budget and on time. So we recognize that a lot of infrastructure projects or projects may have expertise that we may not have a local company, right? Your only option might be a company outside of the area, but the ask is to ask that company to look at hiring your local resident workforce first, because otherwise they are bringing in their workers, they're spending the week here, they're working long shifts, and then the employers are putting them up in a hotel, and then they're going back
Go home.
to their community. And it's disheartening for the folks that we're training, and they walk into their community and they say, oh, look at this big, job happening. How come I didn't get a call to show up on this work site?
Exactly right.
And we don't have a good answer for them.
So I think that Warren's department's done a really good job. I know that Shea Homes is one of the big builders, and I know they're doing all of the drywall, all the concrete are all local vendors, which is really important. And we'll continue to pursue that. Another question I had is, what's your interface with Cuesta College and the high schools?
So we work quite a bit with Cuesta College. We're actually appointing our new board member from Cuesta College on Thursday, Dr. Aubrey Priest, who's the new Career Technical Education Dean that was hired at Cuesta. That position had been vacant for a bit. So Cuesta is one of our primary training entities. So the job seekers that we serve, the majority of them that are getting training at Cuesta. We have only one community college. Cuesta is often at the table when we're talking about employer needs and how do they design and redesign their courses and training. We did a lot of work on career pathways where we look at, here's a career pathway that exists, say, in healthcare and in manufacturing, and where's the training? Do we have gaps in training? And so as we looked at that, then we would go to Cuesta and Hancock College and say, does this training exist? How do we get this locally? If there's no way for someone to stay local and move along that career pathway, we've got to depend on our community colleges to invest in that training.
And just one technical question, where's the funding coming for? I know you guys sometimes provide internship funding and all that kind of stuff. Where's the money come from?
Predominantly through, like I said, those federal funds the county receives, Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, or WIOA funding. This is something that all communities throughout the country receive. It's really based on a formula of our unemployment versus our workforce participation rate. San Luis Obispo County, even in tough economic times, is still doing pretty well. So we get, an average of about $2 million a year in that federal funding that comes through the county. A portion of that goes to adult services, and the other is youth funding, which we're tasked at serving 16 to 24-year-old youth. We then pursue several special grants, so we run several state-funded grants. They're always going to be in our workforce arena, but they might be working with a certain population. We have a prison to employment grant working on career access for justice-involved individuals. We had a high road construction careers grant that's wrapping up next month that did pre-apprenticeship training for the building and construction trades. And we have a regional equity and recovery partnership grant that's actually working with Cuesta and Hancock on helping community college students transition into training-related employment. So we'll do special grants that either are hitting a certain need or gap or a certain population, but they're always going to stay in that zone of career and workforce training.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Don. Chris, one more? Okay.
Somewhere along the way, hopefully we'll have access to the reports.
Yeah, I was going to ask Don to, if you could submit to council those documentations that you're
Yes.
talking about. Yeah, that'd be great.
Absolutely. Yeah, we keep them posted on our site, but I'll get you the direct links to those and be happy to take a deeper dive into any of those
Yeah,
conversations.
council can review them separately and talk with our manager. Maybe we can get a, agenda item to discuss them. Yeah.
Right, I mean, tying this into community development, public works, Mr. Hewitt, it's, I think it's
Yeah,
worth
certainly
exploring.
can take more time going on a deep dive on that one initiative, yeah. Absolutely. But thank you. Thank
Okay.
you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Paul Sloan again, an economic development update from our very own. Welcome, Paul.
Thank you very much. My last presentation was awesome. Paul Sloan, Economic Development Manager. Thank you again, Mayor Hammond and council members. I'd like to reiterate a couple of points what Don said. They are a wealth of information on those programs and statistics. And one program in particular, which she noted was their HR hotline, which is completely free. Just 2 weeks ago, a local small business reached out to me here in Paso, and they had a human resources situation. And like many small businesses, they're busy running their businesses. They don't know the ins and outs of HR, and they didn't know what to do. And so I gave them that hotline, and in one call, their problem was resolved, and they were thrilled.
Wow.
And so definitely look at, you have the SloCal Careers website that Don talked about. You can also find the contact information in the economic development page of the city website, as well as in the monthly economic development newsletter, read by dozens worldwide.
Well done.
Yeah.
Great.
On the screen in front of you there is the cover of the city's 5-year economic development strategic plan, the EDSP for short. The images that you see on the cover are to symbolize all the different things that go into make up an economy. You have tourism, you have ag, retail, and a vibrant downtown. You have construction, both residential and commercial, the airport, spaceport project, and of course, the very important quality of life for our local residents. The last economic strategy was published by the city 20 years ago in 2006, so it was time for a refresh. To do that, we cast a very broad net. We had workshops and interviews and one-on-ones with a broad range of business sectors. We took all that information and we distilled it down to 5 key initiatives and 75 specific action items to be implemented over the course of the 5 years. There we go. The city was pleased to be awarded the Award of Merit, the prestigious award from the California Association for Local Economic Development for the strategic plan, and a representative came down from Sacramento and awarded the plaque to Mayor Hammond last year. All of us are fairly aware that tourism is important in our economy, but what we wanted to do was quantify it. So we conducted a study to determine the economic, fiscal, and social impacts of tourism. And among the key findings are that tourists spend over $450 million directly into our economy. So when we see all those cars here on the weekend, those are people driving their cash into town. 1/5 of all jobs in the city are supported by tourism, and the tax revenue from visitors provides 37% of the city's general fund budget. And if we didn't have tourism, then every household in Paso Robles would have to pay about $1,800 more per year in taxes to maintain the same level of city services that we enjoy today. I'm going to run through these points fairly quickly, but I'll give you the information that you can download all these reports at the end. Paso Robles is continuing to evolve as a hub of the arts, so we partnered with the SLO County Arts Council to study the economic impact of the arts and culture sector. And of the 2.5 million visitors that Paso Robles receives every year, 630,000 annual visitors come here for arts and culture. And those folks contribute $70 million in arts and culture related spending in addition to what they spend on hotels and dining and other activities, for a total economic impact of $115 million for the arts. As Don mentioned, childcare is a huge part of supporting our local businesses, and in all of our workshops, this was one of the top things that came up across the board from all of our industries. We partnered with Capslo to do a study on what is our capacity, what are our needs, and among the things in the study, we found that we have 65 licensed family child care home businesses in the city with 730 total slots. That's the capacity for children they can handle. 16 licensed child care centers that are owned and operated in public or private buildings, schools, and churches. An example is the YMCA After School Child Care. In 2025, they accommodated 360 children, and they're adding 30 more slots in 2026. One of the interesting points that came out of the study was overall, 31% of the child care centers and 49% of the home-based child care businesses reported having vacancies. There's a quote here that says, "There's a disconnect between child care programs reporting vacancies and families, businesses, leaders, and strategic partners across sectors identifying gaps in child care supply." One of the recommendations in the study was child care business marketing efforts to help child care businesses to better reach families. It's a very complex subject, and there's a lot of other things, such as there's the cost of child care. There is the time that child care is available. For example, in our hospitality sector, is child care available in evenings and weekends when we have a lot of people working? Is it adapted to our local industries? So beyond the cost and time available, there's also the staffing challenges by child care providers themselves. So we will be having Capslo come join us to present a very detailed presentation of this very important report in the coming weeks. We completed our second annual business climate survey for 2025. A little bit of background on this. We studied a number of business surveys in other areas to come up with the types of questions that would give us sort of the answers that we want, to keep it as short as possible. Then we worked with our stakeholder partners like the Chamber of Commerce, Wine Alliance, Travel Paso, and Main Street to refine the questions, and then internally with city staff. We narrowed it down to 15 questions in different formats, fill in the blank, multiple choice, sliding scale, and just open-ended, as well as a 16th question where they could tell us whatever they want. And then we took all of that data. The survey was sent out to everyone who has a business license in the city of Paso Robles, and then each of those stakeholder groups like the Chamber and the Wine Alliance, et cetera, and Travel Paso sent it out to their memberships as well. We took the survey results and then fed it through AI to consolidate and synthesize the results, sort of like you see on Amazon when they have all the reviews to get the points. And the overall theme for 2025 was cautious optimism. Local businesses are still positive about Paso Robles, but they're aware of headwinds coming their way. When you look at top business challenges, they're very similar. High operating costs ranked number one in both 24 and 25. Regulatory issues, primarily at the state level, but there's certainly ways we can improve at the city level, were very prominent as well. But workforce availability jumped from number 2 to number 3 year over year, and of course, market competition. At the other end of the questions, opposite of challenges, reasons for optimism. Respondents expressed pride and optimism about Paso Robles' ongoing evolution across both of these 2 years. Common reasons for confidence included tourism strength and visitor spending, supportive local government and pro-business climate, population and housing growth, and community collaboration and small-town character. The sense of community came up over and over again throughout the responses. In the 2025 survey, what was interesting was the optimism expanded to include spaceport and technology corridor development and interest from aerospace and advanced manufacturing firms. At the end, again, I'll show you where we can download all these for the council as well as people in the audience. I apologize for my voice. I spent an inordinate amount of time in airports last week, and I brought home an extra souvenir, I think. So, housing is very important likewise, and this is where we see all the various specific plans that have been approved. We're looking at an additional 4,300 homes for the build-out over the next 20 years in the various areas around town. Obviously, these include single-family homes and multifamily in different categories. We've just launched an economic development dashboard to track housing developments, where we can see the housing in the different categories: single-family, ADU, second unit, multifamily. I know it's small to read there, but you can see what's under construction and where what are plans, units in plan check. And on the right-hand side, where you have certificates of occupancy, you can see that in 2025, multifamily, which means apartments, there were more certificates of occupancy issued in 2025 than in the previous 5 years. Other parts of the new economic development dashboard include a number of metrics, an economic snapshot, there's information on sales tax, there's additional housing information, labor force, et cetera. And so that's a new resource we just added to the website very recently. Inside the EDSP, we identified 10 focus areas around the city. A number of them are our commercial centers. On the right-hand side is a snapshot in time of available space or vacant space in commercial centers. As you can see, most of them are small retail sizes, but there are 4 what we call big boxes. There's the former Bed Bath & Beyond. There is the former JCPenney's. And when Rite Aid went out of business, that opened up 2 more large boxes, one in Williams Plaza and one at 24th and Spring. Fortunately, Williams Plaza was able to locate a potential tenant very quickly, which was a wonderful news because we were worried filling those big box stores is a challenge. They came in with a very aggressive timeline for development, and I'm pleased to say the Community Development Department staff stepped up aggressively to meet this very aggressive timeline to help get them into this facility on the timeline that they required. And we look forward to having this business open in the next several months. Out at the Golden Hills Plaza, we're very pleased to have the Trader Joe's under construction. This project was several years in the making, and we're thrilled to have it now under construction. On the site plan on the right, you see the yellowish area. That's where it's being built, just to the east of TJ Maxx. And of course, the joke is it's a bad place for Trader Joe's because we have way too much parking, but it'll be a great place, great addition to the shopping center. And in case you didn't catch it in the news, Trader Joe's was just named the #1 favorite grocery store in the U.S. for 2026 by the American Customer Satisfaction Index. We're pleased to add that to our community. Another focus area that's not a commercial center is our downtown core, and this is where we're putting in place our placemaking pilot program, which has a number of parts to that, such as activating key alleys, increasing downtown lighting, removing unnecessary and incorrect signage, illegible signage. We're going to work on facilitating public art and murals programs. We're going to improve roadway conditions and also design and install new street banners, among other things. When we talk about the lighting, that's the pedestrian lighting, making it more accessible for a walkable downtown, but also the beautiful decorative lighting in the downtown park. Just a handful of years ago, the city park was a big, dark, scary place. People were afraid to walk through at night, and they told us about it. And Frida Berman hit it out of the park with what she has done with the lights. Now the park is a destination, and you can walk down there at night and you see families and children, and it's just a wonderful thing to see. On the right-hand side is example of alleyway activation, and this is where we worked on officially naming Norma's Alley. A couple years ago, the local artist Dale Evers installed the beautiful arch that says Norma's Alley, but the alley remained nameless, which created some challenges for the businesses located in the alley whose addresses officially were on 12th Street or Pine Street. Made it difficult for potential customers to find them if they're using online apps. As well, we had a few issues, they said, with emergency services that were called, and then they were coming to sort of not the right address. The picture on the right is Norma, you see in the red, and the Planning Commission the night we officially named Norma's Alley as Norma's Alley, and now you can see, and Norma Moy, for the folks that know, is a local iconic Roblin who we lost recently. But now Norma's Alley can be found in Google Maps and other areas as well. And we're working to enhance the what's going to be going on in Norma's Alley as well. Part of the placemaking is public art. And just a few weeks ago, Wyatt Lund from the Rec Department gave an excellent presentation to council on this sensorial project for public art in the downtown park in what's called the Banjo Planter, and council unanimously approved it, which is awesome. So this project will be coming to fruition in the next several months, and it'll be a great addition to, obviously, the arts reputation of Paso Robles, as well as It's sympathetic and complementary to the theme of lights in the park. These are the banners that we work to improve. These are banners you may have seen over the years hanging around downtown. This was a program that was managed by Main Street, which was to promote not individual businesses, but categories of businesses, which is great, like shopping and beer and dining, etc. And the idea was to see, working with Main Street, how we can adapt the imagery that's used. Some folks expressed the sheer abundance of fonts that are being used is a bit dizzying, but the idea would be to come up with something that accomplishes the objective of Main Street, supporting local businesses, but in a way that may be more on brand. So we also worked with Travel Paso and the Wine Alliance on how they position the branding of the city, and working all together with these stakeholders, we came up with this set of banners, which promotes wine and beer and dining and shopping and coffee and art galleries, ice cream, just having fun in the park with your kids, as well as a nod to our Western and Hispanic heritage. And these banners were all designed by the very talented Wyatt Lund from the Recreation Department. So he is an untapped resource. He has lots of free time. Feel free to bring all your projects to Wyatt. Now, no, and Helga's saying no. These now banners have a lifespan because our summers in Paso can be challenging. And for this first round, we went with photos simply because they're easier to work with. But in future editions, we're looking to maybe do them artistic versions. And studios in the park have already proposed having their artists do artistic versions of these, promoting the various business categories. So that'll be something we look forward to working on in the next couple of years. Old sign removal. This is helps with beautification and just helping people get the right information. So we had some signs around town that just were old, outdated, or just simply inaccurate. So going through and locating them and then removing them just helps clean up the visual aspects of beautification of our downtown city. This is one of my personal favorites. This is from the corner of 10th and Spring Street, where the arrow pointing to the courthouse to the right and the actual courthouse is literally a block to the left.
Yeah.
So in fairness to the sign, there used to be a courthouse to the right, but that courthouse closed down in 2008.
Yeah.
So we figured it was time to retire this sign. Diaz Esperanza, our capital improvements engineer, is working with their team on enhancing our downtown parking lots. This one happens to be at 12th and Railroad, and they've been all resurfacing and putting in new landscaping. As you can see in the background there, new EV charging and ADA spots. And very importantly, new lighting. And this was a challenge people had. We heard very much from local businesses. Their staff would get off work at 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night, and they'd walk to a parking lot that was not well lit, and it was not a good feeling. And now we're going to have very modern, updated lighting, which will be great for everyone who uses that. And this is nearing completion, and this lot will be opened up very shortly in the coming weeks as well. And this is just one of the projects that DDIS is working on tonight, or this right now. Road and infrastructure investments with the voter renewal of Measure I-24, the increase in Measure J-20 funds towards streets. The 5-year capital improvement plan has tripled road funding. You can see in the bar chart that in 2025, the money spent on roads is the most we've spent in a very long time, so kudos to everyone involved with that. And obviously it's an ongoing challenge, but the city is actively working to address this very important, which of course helps the economy work. It's good, leads to quality of life for locals as well as everybody. One of the other items, speaking of transportation in the EDSP, it has to do with monuments and gateways. So we like to think of taking the essence of Paso and pushing it out to the first point of contact as people may be driving in on the freeways, monuments, signage, etc. So you start to feel you have arrived in Paso. And one of those gateways is our own little train station down at 8th and Pine Street that the city owns. Amtrak tells us that last year, 20,000 people came to Paso by train, and so we worked to sort of pretty up the train station a bit. We worked with Travel Paso to get some iconic imagery, to put some wraps on the building as sort of quasi-selfie spots. There's QR codes on them that if you scan them with your phone, they take you to the Travel Paso website where you can find all the things to do in Paso. We also installed some wayfinding signs to show folks where downtown and shops and dining are. And I don't know if you can see it there on the screen where it says, "Welcome to Paso Robles." but I actually got some grief for using an exclamation point where it says, "Welcome to Paso Robles." Some felt it was too happy for a wayfinding sign. So I figured it's the first thing you see when you get off the train. I'll go with happy. I think it's a good idea. We just created a landing page on the city website for production companies looking to get film permits here in Paso at prcity.com/film. You can also find links to where people can hire local crew and local resources, accommodations, and all sorts of things. We also took the various permits, which can be complicated, depending on what the production is doing, if they're going to fly drones into city airspace, or you need to close the street with fire and PD and all those sorts of things. So we sort of tried to streamline it, bring it all into one spot, and then working with our local business partners to try and, we will be working to promote sort of midweek filming, because that puts heads in beds. It's midweek hotel nights and things like that. And even a car commercial may have 80 crew that will come up here and film in a short period of time, and they all stay in hotels and they all eat in our restaurants. And I don't know if anyone's fans of reality TV or not, but last week Vanderpump Rules aired, and they filmed here last May, but that's when it aired, was last week, and they filmed in the downtown park, in the park in the downtown area. So we're looking forward to working with our hospitality partners as well to promote this as a place for more filming projects. We did a little filming project of our own. This was a little video we produced to highlight the people who own and work in our local small businesses that add to the quality of life that we all get to enjoy just by being residents of Paso Robles. And if you haven't seen the video, or if you'd like to watch it again, you can go check it out at celebratelocalpaso.com. And City Hall is being remodeled, which everyone probably knows. That's why we're sitting in this building over here. This was part of the EDSP as well. There's a quote you see up there. It says, "The current space does not adequately accommodate permitting counter review for complex plans or meeting space for negotiations with investors, developers, and builders. The look and feel of professional local government office space directly shapes the opinion of decision makers about the prospect of investing in a city." So we're putting our best face forward. These pictures were taken yesterday and today, so still a little bit of work in progress. I personally move in back next Monday, so they're slowly starting to phase the staff in, but it's still being worked on. But some of the points that having this improved look of where the public interacts with the city, an updated professional design, expanded customer service areas, very importantly, multiple meeting rooms where staff can work with developers on their projects in privacy as opposed to out there in the front. And all of these are elements of the Concierge Development Services Program, which is part of the ESP in development. Just sort of related to that, in the city manager's office, they launched a management analyst position in recruitment. That recruitment closed today, and we had, I believe, over 80 respondents. And this will round out the city manager's team, which will aid in communications with the public, as well as managing and analysis of all the multitude of projects that the city has running. On the horizon, the landing coming up. This is at the former site of the Estrella Youth Correctional Facility, locally known as the Boys School. This is converting the 140-acre facility. Just having it, removing the razor wire that's currently there will be a huge improvement. But this project will encompass, as you can see, their warehousing, manufacturing, office space, retail and restaurants, hotel, event center, and this entire compound will support over 2,600 jobs. And at full build-out, the estimated city revenues are north of $11 million to the city in taxes. And this is an exciting project, and it's been working several years in the process as well. And we look forward to seeing this exciting project come to fruition out there in the northeast quadrant of the city. And lastly, the Paso Robles Spaceport Development Project. This is one of the 75 action items. This month, February, marks 5 years since we started working on this in February of 2021. There's a timeline of all the various milestones as we've been working on this project. And going back to what Don was saying from the Workforce Development Board, this project was specifically one of Council's approved goals for working to attract higher paying head of household jobs. And these are higher paying jobs, whether you have 4-year degrees or whether you have technician level certifications, etc. So we will be having a dedicated meeting coming up on March 4th. It's a special joint session in this very room that will be with City Council, Planning Commission, Airport Commission, dedicated entirely to this project. We'll be going over all of these things and much more, as well as looking forward to what the next steps will be. So everyone who is interested in this project is absolutely welcome to attend or tune in. And lastly, we registered the domain name pickpaso.com. It just forwards to the economic development page of the city website, and there you can find all of the documents and projects I spoke about if you want to download or anything, and people can always contact me as well. And with that, I'll be happy to try and answer any questions. Thank you.
Another outstanding report. Very good, Paul. Questions of Paul Sloan?
That's where we find the links to this is Pick Paso?
Sorry, what?
The links to your presentation, is that Pick Paso?
That goes to the economic development section of the city website, and that's where all of those documents and projects are. Not this slide deck per se, but yeah.
Where can someone find the presentation?
Just ask me and I can send it to them.
Councilmember Bosch.
I'm sorry. If someone from the public wanted to find the presentation, Paul?
Yeah. I have it, or Melissa, the city clerk has it as well. But someone can just contact me.
Will it be posted somewhere? Thank you very much.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, we post all the presentations on the agenda website tomorrow morning.
Just keeping an eye on Paul.
Yeah, I know. Keep me on. It'll be deleted at the end of my presentation, so I'm sorry.
So Paul, I have a question for you. On the growing appreciation of art and culture, that number, is that greatly supported by Sensorio?
Very, very much so. By far, it's the big gorilla because of the number of people that are attracted to that. But people that come for the arts do more than one thing.
Yeah.
And so if you look at the number of galleries we have just in the downtown core, which is fantastic. And also that includes performance art, which means music. So that includes Vina Robles, it includes libretto, it includes all of the arts and culture. And so when you look at the people that are coming for all of those things, it's pretty significant. We have quite an offering of arts and culture, for sure. But Sensorio is absolutely, the big kahuna on that.
Very good.
Thank you.
Good report.
Oh, yeah.
Great. I just wanted to recognize kind of the intersection of a lot of these themes, right? The economic development strategic plan, the survey from our local business owners, workforce development. It is really all coming down to kind of, jobs and quality of jobs, housing, childcare. And I appreciate that we're all sort of looking at it as the system because it all affects each other. And for us to be a family-friendly town, if we really want to be investing and thinking about the town that we're leaving off for the next generation, we have to be looking at all these things. So I look forward to your child care report. I've been curious about that for a while, and carrying this forward with our next set of goals and budgets.
Paul, real quick, I know that you and Chairman of the Airport Commission, Bill Britton, went to Spaceport. Actually, it wasn't specifically Spaceport, but you went to the space conference. And can you give us a little more information about how that went?
Sure. It was Commercial Space Week last week in Orlando, and it's 3 conferences in one that they've combined into 1 week. One conference, the first part of it is the Global Spaceport Summit. It's all the spaceports from around the world. And so it's great because you can literally meet with all the spaceport operators, and they actually take a group photo because they all fit in one picture. That's how many spaceports there are.
Not that many of them, right.
And then the second conference is called Space Mobility, which is a military aspect of it, so a lot of Space Force and a lot of NASA as well. And so that was very interesting. And then the third part of it, the last 2 days of it, it's called SpaceCom, which is commercial space. And that's where you have, it's all the, what you'd imagine, all the satellites, all the manufacturing, all of everything. And they have an expo along with the conference. Very great networking. And you just get a chance to walk around. And it's not a huge show, but it's very, very focused. And actually, Airport Chair Britton gave a presentation at the Spaceport Summit specifically on what we have on our test site facilities out there and what we're planning with Cal Poly, which we'll be touching on at the meeting next month.
Very good. Excellent. Okay. Very good. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Would you like to go ahead and have a question?
I have been Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. I have been starting to inquire and wondering when And if possible, how long, et cetera, for the Fox Theater to be completed? Venue opened for possible concerts.
Dale?
Yes, Dale Guston. I put myself through law school doing heating and air conditioning service down south. Now, that was a high-paying trade job, and I was lucky to have it. Right now, that's the shortage is in the trades, and I know the high school and the colleges are trying to work on that. So I wish them well, because it did me well to get me through law school. On the other hand, when I came here, I got involved in the chamber, and the chamber actually started the first wine festival in '83 with 17 wineries. The idea was to bring tourism here. Now, that's the good side that we accomplish. The bad side is the hospitality and wine industry employees are probably the lowest paid in the area. And so providing housing for those people is a real challenge. I don't know if we're going to ever meet it. It's difficult. But I'm looking forward to this spaceport being here. I've been watching Paul Sloan and all along and what he's been doing, and Majestic and what they're doing out there. And I'm optimistic that it's going to be a big addition to our city and provide good paying jobs, which is good. So I enjoyed the report from Paul Sloan and about the economic development presentation on jobs. It was kind of sad to see exactly what we've known, that we don't have housing for all these low-paying jobs. So I don't know what we can do about that, but we need to find a solution, please.
Thank you. Okay, next presentation we have is the Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program presentation, and we have Nicholas Drews from County of San Luis Obispo. Welcome, Nicholas.
Thank you, Mayor Hammond, City Council, and to all those here today who may be here to listen to what we have to offer. First off, it was an interesting presentation that we just heard from Ms. Bollinger and Mr. Sloan. It recalls me growing up in this little town very long ago, where we had one thing to do here, which was the fair every summer. And we've come a long way from that. I wasn't expecting to follow that presentation up, but I actually think there are a lot of things that we're going to be presenting in these next set of slides that really follow on to what you just heard. So if I could start off, I want to talk about our Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program, also known as BSIP. I never say that without it in front of me, because no matter how many presentations I've given, I would not be able to remember that unless I had a piece of paper in front of me. So it is a mouthful. For those of you who may recall, the citizens of California voted on Proposition 1, which was a $16 billion bond, or $6 billion bond, excuse me, to establish behavioral health continuum in the state of California, which is essentially beds. The County of San Luis Obispo, we asked for $21 million to do a project as part of this grant, and we were awarded it, and so that's where I think we will go. If you don't mind, let's see if we can get this working. All right. So $21.6 million, it was conditionally awarded to the County of San Luis Obispo for behavioral health treatment beds. This facility, which is going to be located in Paso Robles, has 3 stories to it. The first story is going to be a 16-bed psychiatric health facility. It's a 12-bed, 12 unit for the adults and 4 units for youth. Excuse me, it's been a long day. We'll catch this. We're also on the second floor going to have 8 beds for adult crisis residential treatment. That includes potentially 2 beds for youth, as well as even 2 additional more to add to the second floor. This $21.6 million, which was awarded to the County of San Luis Obispo, is essentially entirely from the state. There was no money that was put from local taxpayers and through local taxpayer dollars. The extent that we had to provide any money, it was a 10% match, which were awarded through opioid settlement funds that we've received and Mental Health Services Act funding. I would also say that that's for the initial building of the facility. But in addition to the building of it, there will be the long-term operations, all of which are funded through Medi-Cal. So it's an ongoing funded operation. There would be no money required from the County of San Luis Obispo nor the City of Paso Robles. This project was adopted by our Board of Supervisors in a unanimous 5-0 vote on January 27th. And what was approved was our ability to go through with the acquisition of the property. And I think this is the interesting part I'd like to really share with you. But we'll come back to this one. This is the location of the facility, 416 Spring Street. This turns out to be one of the best locations that we could have possibly hoped for. We knew that we needed more beds, and one of our primary areas of focus was in the North County. Our health agency campus is located on the corner of 4th and Spring Street. We have a behavioral health facility there. We have a mental, which includes drug and alcohol services, which includes mental health services. Our social services there. We have public health services. CHC, the Central Health Community Health Centers of the Central Coast, has a 3-story medical facility that they've recently closed. They've opened up a new facility, and this has been on the market for sale. It is fortuitous that it was available to us at this time. It is located on our campus, and by virtue of being an existing medical facility, the requirements that are for us in terms to get it up and running are going to be minimal in terms of having to potentially build a new roof, some minor updates, but nothing significant. And so we're looking forward to the ability to upgrade this facility and put it to work. This coincides with our behavioral health strategic plan. This is one for those of you who might follow along with behavioral health efforts in the county of San Luis Obispo. We've been making a concerted effort to create more beds. Right now, we do not have enough beds to house all of those who essentially need care. Last year alone, we had to send 579 individuals outside of the county. That is both traumatic to the individuals, it's costly to their families, it is costly to the county because we have to fund all of those transportation services. It's difficult because it doesn't provide a coordinated continuum of care, case management. But in addition to all of that, so essentially what we're trying to do is we're trying to bring as many people home as we can. One of the things that we also don't have at present are beds for kids. That is perhaps the most significant area of need that we have in our county at the moment. The closest facilities are down in Ventura. We'll send down to Los Angeles, to Sacramento. This is a long way for anybody to have to go, especially if you're thinking about what's happening right now for these kids. You're encountering a major psychiatric incident. This isn't kind of behavioral issues. These are severe mental illness. And for those kids to be leaving our county and for those who, the family members to have to find hotels, transportation back to see them, all of these things can be pretty traumatic, and I think by bringing those beds back into our local county, we'll be able to see a lot in terms of positive services for the kids. So the facility is going to add essentially 26 new beds, but the second bullet is the one that I was really hoping to talk to about today. We're going to be able to establish some head of household jobs here. So that tier 1 that was just spoken about, that's what we're talking about here. It's true that those who we hire are within licensed psychiatric. Do we have I'm sorry, I need a glass of water. Is there possible to get water?
In the closet.
Don't catch it ever fall back.
So thirsty. But anyway, so I think one of the things that we're trying to say here is that head of household jobs, we're looking forward to being able to provide how much better. So currently licensed psych techs, it's a licensure that you can receive. It's a 2-year program. It's offered through Cuesta College in collaboration with ASH State Hospital. It's not just a licensure that you'll get when you're a kid, straight out of college. We'll see those in the middle of their careers that are seeking that licensure. The ability to do that, for instance, is going to potentially raise the ability for us to get head of household jobs here. We're also looking at the second floor, which if I could jump back into the portion of the crisis continuum, one of the things that we currently do not have in our crisis continuum is a crisis residential treatment. So essentially what crisis residential treatment is it's a way to break this cycle. When you come into a psychiatric health facility, it's typically a 72-hour stay. We'll make sure that you're okay. You can get back on your feet. You can leave. You're no longer a threat to yourself or to others. But that doesn't necessarily always stay the case. And it can be a week later, it can be 2 weeks later, it could be a month later, and we'll often see the same individuals coming back into our facilities because it is essentially this revolving door, and we have to somehow break that. One of the best ways to break that is through the crisis residential treatment services, and that's what's going to be offered on the second floor. Essentially, in that location, it is intended to be more than 72 hours. It can be anywhere from 10 days to something more along the lines of 6 months if that's necessary, but it's a residential facility. It is going to be kind of like a little apartment. And the way that it was phrased to me that I've always liked is it gives you the opportunity to let the meds bake in. And it's a place to stay, it's a place to settle yourself, find your routine. And not only that, but it also offers a variety of other services for those in our community. Not everybody who will be coming to the psychiatric health facility are unhoused, but there are some who are. And the ability to offer this place for you to live rather than being sent back out onto the streets gives you a place to settle, but it also gets you connected to some of the services that are local. Those who come to our psychiatric health facility are from across the county. We currently have one in San Luis Obispo. It would be a similar set of patients who would come to this one as well. Those that are located in anywhere from Nipomo up to San Miguel. And essentially what you would see from this is the ability for those who basically we'll coordinate with those homeless shelters from their local area of care, whether it's 5 Cities, whether it's Capslow, or whether it's Echo. When they're leaving the facility, we'll connect them to housing. And so that's a really key important issue of importance. So this provides step-down crisis care. This reduces hospitalization, and it reduces the amount of time that individuals are spending in the emergency departments. One of the things that we typically see with the emergency departments is that individuals are staying there far too long. So if you're encountering something we call a 5150, a psychiatric hold, you'll go into an emergency department for a clearance. You should be cleared and you should move on. We don't have the beds to move people on. And so they're ending up staying at the emergency departments. They're staying at the emergency departments, which is not the best place for their care, and it interrupts what those emergency departments are really trying to do. I've spoken with so many individuals who have taken their kids into an emergency department, and you're there for a broken arm, you're looking to your right, and there's someone that's experiencing a severe mental breakdown. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to make sure that we can funnel through the system a little bit faster, create the beds that are necessary, and create the infrastructure that's necessary in order to eliminate the amount of time of individuals within these emergency departments. So it's a help to the hospitals as well. In terms of a timeline, I wish it was faster, but there are reality involved, and this is essentially what it is. We've currently received the word that we can move forward with the acquisition. We've spoken, we're going to be in the process of finalizing qualifications for proposal, design, and construction. And at that point of time, we'll start to begin construction. And we're thinking that it should be available to start receiving patients in somewhere between 28 and 29. There's a drop dead date for us of June 30th, so we have to have it by then. And I'd say, if anything, we want it to be done far sooner than that. But that is the extent of the timeline that we have available to us. I apologize for those of you who saw this entire presentation at our Board of Supervisors meeting last Tuesday, but we wanted to give it to you as well once again for those who might not have seen it and to provide a little bit of a locality. Talk about some things that were unique to Paso Robles in the discussion. I'm not sure if you had any questions, but I'd love to answer them if you did.
Nicholas, yeah, I'd like to start off with the one that's cut on my mind, and that has to do with what happens after this normal 72-hour hold. What happens with that individual with regard to this location in Paso Robles?
So it would be for this location as so far as every location. The way that you enter this facility is you go to a hospital. You go to the hospital and you're cleared from the hospital. The hospital then takes you in a vehicle to this facility and you receive intake treatment. Then at the end of the 72 hours when you're released, we have a case management process. We take the individuals who are there and we will either work with their families, for instance, and bringing them back to their homes. Or in the case, I know we've heard sometimes, well, what about those that are homeless? We work with the local homeless centers, such as I mentioned, Cap Slow and Echo, to make sure that they find their way back to their local communities.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Fausch?
Thank you. Nick, what are some of the referral processes? Having seen some of the challenges just when a student, say, at the high school needs to be referred, going through an episode, there aren't any spaces. Definitely need more beds for youth. One of the challenges here, the priority is for adult beds. I think you're addressing that towards the future to have additional youth beds, at least I hope so. But what are some of the referral processes? And are there any assurances that any priority might be given to North County residents as we go through this and as the facility grows in size?
Yeah, if I could answer a few of those, I think there are a couple different questions in there. One of them is around the referral process. And for a facility like this, it is usually through, it would be through law enforcement or through at the hospital being diagnosed with the need for this level of service. So there wouldn't be referrals in the more traditional sense, although we do have youth outpatient is one of the services that's provided at the county. We have offices throughout the county, North, San Luis Obispo, South County. There are facilities that are there. As far as who would enter the facility, it is essentially, our goal is to keep it full. And we have a huge amount of need, and we're not exactly sure if this is even going to be enough. A lot of the evidence tells us that there's far more need than even this will fill. And as that goes to say, I think what we would see is that anytime that there's a bed, someone from our community, our county, one of our kids would be placed into those beds. And then the next time another bed's full, we do that too. The goal is to eliminate any sending of out of county. It does, I did catch the portion about the North County and whether or not Paso Robles. I think it wouldn't be able to do something along those lines just because I believe that the beds are so full that we would really need to make sure that if there was a kid in our county that needed a bed, they would be in that bed. And
Pro Tem Gregory.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Now, I understand we're also building a facility like this in San Luis Obispo, correct?
we already have a facility
Yeah,
like this in
so-
San Luis Obispo, yes.
And you're expanding, are you expanding that as well?
The facility there are two facilities in San Luis Obispo. The first one is our traditional psychiatric health facility that's been around, I believe, since the 70s. Someone might be able to correct me on the specific date that it was created. It also is a 16-bed facility, which is as large as you're essentially able to make them in order to get federal dollars for it. And that facility would just continue to exist.
Okay.
Right now, it's completely full, only for adults, and there's never really a bed that's available. We are, however, also creating a 4-bed crisis residential treatment facility that would be focused on youth, and that might be the question that you're asking. It'll be located in our old crisis stabilization unit. We're retrofitting it, and it'll be able to hold 4 youth, very similar to what you'll be seeing on the second floor of this facility. There are a couple reasons why we want to do that. One is because we're well aware of the need. We want to do it sooner than this facility would be available to us. And it would also give us the ability to understand a little bit more about the need and how much need there is in our community. Because as you can imagine, there's a lot of anecdotes. There's a lot that we can receive through working with social services on knowing the number of kids that got out. However, it really does take operating for a little while to truly understand what your operations are going to be. And so that facility is going to give us a pilot program to work from.
So that'll literally double the number of youth beds available in that program when this is finished?
Yes.
Paso.
Yes.
Good. And we had 0 before. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Beal.
And just to be clear, I mean, patients that are going to be treated at this facility, they're referred. This is not a walk-in clinic, right?
That's correct. This is not a walk-in facility. You would either come through through the emergency room, or there are some options for the second floor where there could be referral through our outpatient system, but it would not be a walk-in facility nor a walk-out facility.
Right. And obviously we need the beds. There's just not enough beds, and that this offers some patients, some clients, more appropriate treatment for their situation so they can stabilize, hopefully, reducing some of the revolving door issue, hopefully freeing up some of our own public safety in terms of time and attention, kind of working with these types of clients. I would love a comment from our community development director to make sure that we're working closely they'd have to do regular permitting, right, with the work that they need to do on this?
So San Luis Obispo County is a superior agency, so they have their own permitting authority.
So I can't ask you to help them move it along? Okay, and just another question that I had. For the $21 million, part of that is to purchase the property, right?
It's entirely to purchase the property or to retrofit the property as well.
Got it, thanks.
All right. That's it's quite a project, and again, it's going to be a great advantage, I think, to not only just our North County, but the whole county in general. Thank you, Nicholas. I'll open it up for anyone who would like to have questions of Nicholas Drews here. Dale, welcome.
Dale Guston did 35 years of practicing in the criminal court, saw this firsthand. For clarification, that 72-hour hold that's by the court is only to determine if they're psychiatrically capable and got the cognizance and ability to go through trial. Otherwise, they're referred back until they are mentally sound enough to go through trial. But however, on the good side, I remember when Judge Christopher Money started drug court in this county before the state funded anything like that. Now, the downside is the number of people that stay in the drug court and finish it out and become free of drugs or alcohol is not very high. It's sad. So the program is designed great, but the participants and their addictions are not great. Hopefully this facility and providing outpatient treatment after they are released from drug court will help, or while they're in drug court, help them get some psychiatric evaluation and treatment. I know I have a son that got so far as going into cocaine. He now has been, since 1988, free of all that, and he goes to AA at least twice a week. And they love him there because he knows that addiction is not easy to overcome, but you have to want to. So how we install these people to want to get rid of their addiction, that's a good question.
Welcome, Michael.
Michael Rivera. Let me preface my comments by starting by saying we need facilities like this. There's no question about it. We're at a point in our history and communities that we have a lot of mental health issues. I'd like people to be reminded too, with the advent and the growth of cannabis, very powerful cannabis products, this problem's not going to decline. It's going to probably increase. Schizophrenia and psychosis are going to be a bigger problem, and that even includes our elderly population who are using these products now. Number two, this is about $807,000 per bed, which I think is pretty expensive, but that's just me. And finally, this is in the corridor on Spring Street. It's the entrance to our city. Is this really the proper place, and will the public have an opportunity to chime in, or is this a fait accompli? I mean, don't get me wrong. As I said, we need facilities, but is this really the right place for it? Now, I know we have drug and alcohol support right on 4th Street, because I deal with a lot of people in that area, and these people are trying to get recovered, which is great. A lot of them are working hard to do that. But a permanent living facility in this location, I think you better let the public know that this is coming, because I don't think that's going to go over well. It might. I mean, you have a shot. But I think overall this community may say, there? What? Why there? Because $21 million to plus, I mean, and I got a feeling it's probably going to scale, because there's never enough money, especially when you're dealing with issues like this. So there's some questions there, I think, that really this body, we already have a situation on the north side of town, Echo, homeless shelter, like that hasn't been a problem. There hasn't been issues there. So I think you better be very sure about moving forward on something like this at that location. Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, my name's Lori Weiberg. I live in Paso, and I work at Transitions Mental Health Association in SLO. I recognize some of you. And our executive director, Jill Bolster-White, wanted me to come here tonight to tell everyone here how much TEMA supports this new mental health facility and the beds for youth. Like you heard from Nick, that there's a limited amount of psychiatric beds for youth in the county. So it's much needed, and we're looking forward to this and, yeah, fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Francisco, welcome.
Francisco Ramirez, thank you, Council. I, for one, on a positive note, look that you guys really approve and bring this through. I think money has nothing to do with taking care of our community. When you can take care of individuals that are our community members, that are your neighbors, that are friends, that are family, that have gone through a really tough situation. This is really needed. And it's perfect location. Why? Because that is already a deemed medical facility. That is less that has to be done for approval and to be used, because they're already going into an empty building that was already used for medical use and medical facility. I know just recently of a personal young teenager under 18 that needed help. She had a crisis. Her parents took her, like they said, to the emergency room. And then what? They had to transfer her out to get continual care, to get that follow-up care that you need to Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara only had a bed available for a day or two. And then from there had to be transferred up north in California, 8 hours from here, from Paso Robles and Atascadero. Part of their treatment after also is having support of your family, being able to go and visit you and letting them know, hey, yes, you're going through this, but you're here, we're family, we'll be here, we're going to come and visit you. That's more difficult when a child, think of it, okay, it's bad enough when it happens to adults, but to a child, it's worse, in my opinion, because it was just heartbreaking. I was there, I know the family. Very heartbreaking. And I offered to help them drive to Santa Barbara, and then when they came back. But it's a lot easier if we do have those pediatric beds available locally, not 8 hours from here or 4 hours from here, to get that follow-up and better care. It's really hard to go and give your family support or friends support. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience? Okay, do we have anyone online, Melissa?
Yes, sir. Jan Albin.
Okay. Jan, can you hear us?
I can. Thank you very much. This is of great interest to me, of course, but one of the questions that I have is the City of Paso has a homeless services manager, and I'm guessing that in the program that she has going, that there is some behavioral health program that she's running as well. So I'm curious to know how that will integrate, and will she integrate with this facility, or is this strictly something from the county? And also to note that the county itself has over 40 programs dealing with the homeless and behavioral health. So is this a separate program? Is this going to add to that list of programs that, quite frankly, does not work yet? And so I'm really curious as to how they're going to handle this program as opposed to how the previous programs or the other programs in the county are being utilized and which are not successful? And again, how is our homeless program and behavioral health from Ashley Hernandez, how is this integrating with this program? Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Anyone else?
No, sir.
Okay, Nicholas, can we maybe get a couple questions answered here? The one that I heard first was outpatient help after the 72-hour hold. Do we have programs in place, obviously, that we can get them continued help?
We do. We have a variety of programs at the County of San Luis Obispo. Our behavioral health department will follow these individuals as long as they need our assistance, and that's what we're here for.
And that's kind of what Jan was asking, I think, too. You know, how does this integrate with other programs that are already existing? Yeah, so this is probably the highest level of care that we have available that's going to be established here.
Right. I think there are similarities, but there are also differences between what we're talking about in terms of the programs that currently exist. The individuals that we're speaking about are those that are encountering a severe psychiatric incident and are identified as a grave threat to themselves or to somebody else. They've been identified as through a 5150 hold, which is placed either through the police or through medical provider to say that this individual is not able to take care of themselves. In a situation like that, those individuals have to go somewhere. There is no option to just say, we can't do anything. We can either provide them with beds locally, we can build those beds here, we can provide the services around those beds, or we can send them outside of the county to other locations, and basically the challenges that are associated with doing that. And so from our perspective, it's far easier for both the individual, for their families, and for our ability to take care of them after the fact, to create that case management where we bring the individual, we connect them to their other counselors, we follow them through the rest of their essential participation in our systems. If we have it all together, it's much more difficult if we're communicating across county lines. That continuum of care is incredibly valuable when it comes to treatment.
So the other question that was raised here too was with our Ashley Hernandez in our homeless services coordination. Is there any direct ties that Paso City can do with your agency with this facility, or does it have to always come through the hospital, ER, that type of thing?
Well, I think the first thing to note too is that this is only partially for the unhoused. Many individuals that come through this are individuals who have homes, who live with their families or live by themselves, or are students at Quest or at Cal Poly. It is not entirely the unhoused population. For those that are within the unhoused population, we do work closely with all of our city partners. If there's ever an opportunity to do an even better job, we'll look forward to it. We do work to make sure that there's a connection between homeless services and our behavioral health teams. We've gotten a lot better in the recent years doing work around crisis care. We have CAT teams that are out in the communities now. We have mobile crisis call teams, and those work very closely with all of our local cities, both organizations like the Homeless Services Division here, but as well as with law enforcement.
Yeah, so I think what I've been hearing from a lot of folks is that you answered it earlier with regard to after they finish their program with you, they just don't get outside the door and they walk away. You then take care of them to get back to where they originally came from, not just dropped in Paso Robles, so to speak. Is that pretty much?
That is correct.
Yeah.
If I could note, we have a facility currently in San Luis Obispo. It's located on 2180 Johnson Avenue. Some might know that it exists. However, I would imagine if you weren't in the business, you wouldn't know that it exists. There's nothing about it that shows individuals walking around outside There are no bars on windows. There's no big sign that says this is a psychiatric health facility. You have to know that it's there in order to know that it's there. In fact, my office is 2 stories above that facility, and it's very rare that I even know that it exists. It's a closed facility. No one walks in, no one walks out. It's pretty well insulated.
It's the old general hospital area, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, the
And
general
it's in a
hospital.
residential area. That's
in a residential
amazing.
area.
Yeah, well done. Councilman Bausch.
Thank you. Nick, there's also been some questions about whether this is a city program or a county program. Walk us through briefly the funding, the $21 million, for example. That's not coming from the city of Paso Robles. The ongoing funding and construction, that does not need to be approved by the city of Paso Robles. Once the site is refurbished to your needs, approximately 2028, the funding would then come from where? So there's, I think, 3 questions in there for you.
Correct. The funding that we're using to build is entirely from the state of California. If we weren't going to use it, it would go somewhere else within the state. The ongoing operations of the facility is funded through Medi-Cal dollars. None of this is county funds. None of this is City of Paso Robles funds. These are all state dollars that we're drawing upon in order to make this work. This was money that was given by the state of California to the county of San Luis Obispo for this facility. To the extent that we're here today, it's as a good partner. We want to work with you. We want to work with those in the community to know how we can do this in a way that best fits the needs of Paso Robles. We've heard that there was a need. We found that this was a really good facility, knowing the number of individuals we have from North County that are in need, that this was already a pre-existing medical facility that was located on our campus. And if I could only just say one more time, not to say it too often, but I can certainly understand the concern about what will this look like? Will this be something that when we come into our county, when we drive in through Main Street, are we going to now see a large hospital, or are we going to see a large jail facility? And to that, I would really encourage anyone who's of concern about that to really look at the one we currently have, and you'll see what we do right now and how that's not the case. The facility, as mentioned, is going to be drive in, drive out. It's a locked facility on the first floor. The second floor is voluntary, but it's not you walk out. There's a big difference between saying that you don't have to stay and saying there's the front door. And all of these facilities are going to be in and out. There's no loitering. There's no bars on the windows. There's no intention to really do much even in terms of changing the paint design. We know we need a new roof. We might want to make the colors a little bit more suitable to some of our other buildings. But to that extent, I think what you see right now is what you're going to be seeing in 5 years. It's not going to stand out unless you know what it is.
I just wish it would be here a little sooner, I think. We all would say that. Our city manager, Chris Hua.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to maybe provide some information just to answer maybe a few questions or concerns that came up. One, if you go back and look at our homeless strategic plan, there were, I think, 5 or 6 focus areas, and goal number 2 was in collaboration with the county and other service providers, increase capacity for low barrier mental health services and like type services. And there's 3 objectives under there. And really, when the homeless services manager was hired, just for clarity, her role is to not stand up independent services. The county is the appropriate jurisdiction that provides these types of public health services. So Ms. Hernandez, her role is to not stand up a whole nother duplicative type of service or agency. She's not, that's not her role or objective. Her objective is to work alongside the county to make sure as these discussions are happening, the city is at the table and our concerns and our needs are heard. And so big picture, this was one of the critical needs that was identified in the plan that the county or the council approved. One of the things that we've talked to the county team about is some sort of, I'll call it a good neighbor policy, recognizing and understanding that the nuance of how these services are provided is important not only to those that are receiving those services, but to the surrounding community and businesses. So I don't want to put words in Mr. Drew's mouth, but I think we've tentatively agreed that some sort of good neighbor type of policy is necessary, and that would be something that the city and the county can work towards. That would generally kind of govern what Mr. Drew's already has talked about with how folks enter and exit the facility, what the expectations are around, how that facility is going to integrate and feel within the community. And then just a clarity too, that, there's not going to be any sort of additional hearing or approval by the council. And Mr. Fraze is probably much more well-versed in this, but essentially, because of the previous use in our zoning, this is a by right type of use. So there's anything that's going to happen at the council level will likely be informational only, and I know the county is committed to meeting regularly over the next 3 or so years with city staff, and we'll bring the relevant updates back to the council as this project progresses. And I hope I can tee you up. I do believe that you have a website and a way for folks to get more information. So I don't know if you're going to get to that, but I wanted to make sure you had an opportunity to articulate that. So thank you, Mayor.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Chris. So, Pro Tem Gregory, another question.
Yeah, one of the questions that was asked, can you explain your relationship on how you would use CapSlow or ECHO, basically to help find housing for the people that have completed the program at your facility, correct? Like, you'd get a hold of ECHO to help them get into the 90-day program and housing over at ECHO, correct?
This is correct. I'll first start out by saying, for those who are interested in more information, this is available on our health agency website at the County of San Luis Obispo. For anyone who wants the more information, we have some infographics on it, the facility itself, and we have some frequently asked questions. For the relationship that we have with our community partners, this is essentially, yes, there are often times if somebody doesn't have a home, we don't want to just be sending somebody to a location that is on the street somewhere in a wash. We want to find a bed that's available for them. Those beds are typically provided by our 3 major partners. And to the extent when we release, we try to work with those partners to find a place where those individuals can stay.
Okay. And then just one other question. Your facility in San Luis has been operating since the 70s in that neighborhood down in San Luis Obispo without issues.
This is correct, yes. Is the 70s? The 70s is what we had, right? 69, there we go. Okay. So it's been a long time. We typically do not, I haven't seen since I've been at the facility, I've been the director now for 3 years and worked there for 10. I've never seen any incident at all that come to mind.
Thank you very much.
Drew, Mr. Drew, this is a great presentation, and thank you for all your support and help that you're doing with our South County mental health issues, and this is going to be a big step forward, so thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you all.
You bet. All right, moving on, the last presentation, Brown Act update, City Attorney Elizabeth Hall.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. As I've advised the council previously, and Ms. Martin has advised the rest of the commission staff, there were some pretty substantial updates and modifications to the Brown Act this year. So we've got a Brown Act presentation for you that's on the screen here, and we have Nick Norvell, who heads our Ethics and Brown Act Compliance Practice Group online, I hope, to give you a little update on the Brown Act.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and good evening, Mayor and council members. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm going to be going over changes that were have started to go into place as of January 1st. Some will go into effect as of July 1st under SB 707, which was a major Brown Act update bill that included a number of changes, and we'll talk about them. So I'll talk briefly about the passage and purpose of the bill, the legislative bodies that are covered, and then a helpful sort of framing to understand what the legal changes are is generally these three items that I put in red brackets. It's updates for what are now called eligible legislative bodies, and that will mean the city council of the city. And then there are other updates that apply to all other types of legislative bodies. So general teleconferencing updates and then miscellaneous updates. Next slide, please. The portions of the bill that went into effect as of January 1st, 2026 are those that affect all legislative bodies, the teleconferencing, and then a few odd items that I'll go over. And then the more, frankly, burdensome provisions that apply to eligible legislative bodies, like the city council, will go into effect as of July 1st, 2026. The overall purpose of the bill was to modernize the Brown Act to reflect technological changes and promote greater public participation in meetings. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, one helpful way to sort of understand the changes in under the Brown Act is to note that there are certain changes that apply to what are now called eligible legislative bodies, and then other changes that apply to everybody. So the eligible legislative body is defined as the most senior body of particular types of agencies, like a city over 30,000, a county over 30,000, a city and a county over 600,000, et cetera. Here, just because the city is slightly over the 30,000 threshold in population, the city council will be considered an eligible legislative body and subject to those requirements. And then all other legislative bodies sort of includes everything else, even at the city. So it might include the planning commission, any council committees that you have, other committees or commissions that the city has started. And so generally, just to know, those other bodies are not subject to the higher requirements that apply to eligible legislative bodies. Next slide, please. So I'm going to move through the new requirements that will go into effect as of July 1st for the eligible legislative bodies. So the first is that now public access and comment opportunity via remote access is mandatory. So that could be two-way telephonic access or a two-way audiovisual platform that also allows someone to call in and participate in the meeting remotely. Generally, as you may recall, when a lot of agencies went back to in-person meetings after social distancing during COVID, some agencies went completely back to in-person meetings and did not allow people to participate virtually. Now, for eligible legislative bodies, it will be required that they both offer in-person and virtual opportunities for the public. And some types of meetings are excluded from this requirement. For example, real property or facility tours that are off-site, emergency meetings, etc. Next slide, please. An additional requirement is that these agencies or these bodies have to adopt a policy on disruption of service, including good faith attempts to restore service for at least an hour. So generally, let's say the feed that provides access for the public remotely goes down, the agency has to attempt for at least an hour to restore that before the meeting can move on. If it can't be remedied within an hour, the city council could reconvene in open session, but it must adopt a finding by roll call vote that good faith efforts were made to restore service and that the public interest in continuing the meeting outweighs the public interest in remote public access. Next slide, please. The next set of requirements relate to engagement with underrepresented communities or communities that don't frequently participate in your city council or other legislative body meetings. And these requirements include having an electronic system for accepting and fulfilling requests for meeting agendas and documents. A lot of agencies have something like this already, but there's now a specific requirement to place a link to that on the homepage. An additional requirement is that the legislative body must have a website regarding the meeting process, including how the meeting works, how someone can participate for public comment, a calendar of meeting dates, and then the current posted agenda. Again, I think this is another requirement that most of these types of bodies already have. And so it might just involve revisiting what your city council page says and making sure it meets all the requirements. And then, as before, having a link on the homepage. The next requirement is, it's a bit of an odd one, but it's to provide a physical space near where agendas are posted, where the public can post agenda translations. So let's say you had a small community that did not speak English within your jurisdiction, and someone in that community wanted to be able to translate the city council agenda and post it so that members of their community can see what the city council will be talking about. Agencies have to identify and make available a space for those agenda translations to be posted. And then the next requirement sort of in this category is to make efforts to invite groups that do not usually participate in your meetings. Exactly how agencies do this is not highly specified in the law. It's really up to the agencies to decide what would be effective based on their own community. You can use media organizations serving such communities. You can do outreach to civic and community groups, etc. for this purpose. Next slide, please. The next requirement is to be able to accommodate and reasonably assist translation or interpretation requests. This does not mean that the agency has to provide translation or interpretation of what's going on at the meeting. It just means that if someone is there and let's say has a sign language interpreter with them to help them understand what's going on at the meeting, the council is able to accommodate that and make sure that they can use that translation or interpretation. So generally I characterize this as a be ready to help someone requirement. The next requirement is to translate and post the agenda, including any remote attendance information, into any language that is spoken by 20% or more of the jurisdiction if that population also speaks English less than very well. And in order to identify whether that language minority is sizable enough, you use the most recent American Community Survey from the U.S. Census Bureau. Next slide, please. So I'm going to move on. Those were the requirements for eligible legislative bodies like the City Council. The next set of items I'm going to talk about are teleconferencing updates. For teleconferencing, the sort of classic or traditional Brown Act teleconferencing where you put the address on the agenda and you post the agenda at that location and the public can participate from there, there are no changes to that provision. That classic or traditional teleconferencing remains exactly the same as it was before. There are a few new types or updated types of teleconferencing that I'll talk about. One is teleconferencing as a reasonable accommodation. Let's say a member of the council needs to teleconference due to an ADA-related need, the Americans with Disabilities Act provisions. The member would request to do so and engage in the reasonable accommodation process with the agency, and then would be able to participate through both. They would be required to participate through audio and video unless a physical condition necessitated that they could not use video. And then before any action is taken at the meeting, the member must disclose whether there's anyone 18 or older in the room with them and their relationship. And generally, their participation under this type of teleconferencing is treated like in-person participation, including for quorum purposes. Next slide, please. The next set of changes that the legislature made was it essentially created a category of what you could call alternative teleconferencing rules that updated some types of teleconferencing that already existed and then added new ones as well. So generally it created a uniform set of rules that will apply to all of these, and then there are some specific rules that apply to each particular type of teleconferencing that's in the bottom part of this slide. So proclaim state or local emergencies, just cause, participation by eligible legislative bodies, and then eligible multi-jurisdictional bodies. And I'll walk briefly through some of those. Next slide, please. So you may recall that during COVID-19, the state added the ability to teleconference when there was a proclaimed a state of emergency by the governor. This basically remains intact in the Brown Act, but now it's also expanded to include local emergencies. So if an emergency had just happened and the city council declared a local emergency and the governor had not yet declared it, the city council could rely on its local declaration of the emergency as a basis to teleconference using these teleconferencing provisions. The next one down is for just cause. You might be familiar, this is available for someone who has a child care or caregiving need for certain family members, travel for official agency business, and an immunocompromised family member, medical emergency. A new use would be military service that takes you more than 50 miles away from the agency, or a physical or mental condition that's not otherwise accommodated. Generally, if you have one of these quote unquote just cause reasons to teleconference, you can teleconference under these provisions. There are a number of specific rules that apply, including in addition to the overall rules for alternative teleconferencing, and there are also use limits that apply based on how frequently the council meets per month. Next slide, please. A new type of teleconferencing that was created under these alternative rules is eligible subsidiary bodies. So this is for bodies that are not the main governing body of an agency, serve exclusively in advisory capacity. They're not authorized to take any final action on anything important, and they don't have primary jurisdiction over elections, budgets, police, privacy, library materials, taxes, or spending. Generally, for any advisory body that meets the requirements, can meet remotely, and the members can meet remotely. The agency still has to provide a physical location where the public can go and attend and participate if they would like to, but they can attend remotely. There are a number of specific requirements that the agency must still do to use and authorize this, including approval every 6 months by both the main governing body, the city council, and then the subsidiary body itself. And then also notably, this cannot be used for elected officials serving in their official capacity. Next slide, please. Another new type of teleconferencing that was created is for eligible multi-jurisdictional bodies. This includes joint powers agencies or other agencies where individuals from multiple agencies are appointed to serve. And basically, this type of teleconferencing can be used when a member needs to participate remotely and they're more than 20 miles from a physical meeting location. They would use audio and video to participate during the meeting, and they would need to identify on the agenda that they are going to be participating remotely. And then another additional requirement is that at least a quorum must participate from the physical locations that are open to the public. One minor additional note here is that there are use limits that apply in terms of the number of times this can be used, and also the member who teleconferences is not eligible for a meeting stipend or per diem if they join remotely. Next slide, please. So that ended the teleconferencing portion, and then I believe this is the last slide here, just on some of the miscellaneous updates. Some of the miscellaneous updates were that social media restrictions, the law was going to remove these restrictions as of December 31st, 2025, but the legislature removed that sunset. So now the social media provisions of the Brown Act remain in place. And just as a refresher of what those mean, basically members of legislative bodies cannot use social media to discuss or deliberate amongst themselves on items that are within their jurisdiction. It also includes a prohibition on individual interactions amongst members of the body using social media about items that are within their jurisdiction. So it sort of goes beyond just the majority rule and says we don't want individual members of a body interacting on items that are within their jurisdiction. Personal interactions or items that don't relate to city business, et cetera, are okay. But the legislature did go a step further. So that's just a reminder on that, and it's now a permanent part of the Brown Act. Another update is that agencies are required to provide copies of the Brown Act. Previously, this was encouraged, but now it is required. Another requirement is that before final action, there must be a summary of salary or benefit changes for department heads or similar positions. This technically was already part of the Brown Act by a reference to another law, but now it's explicitly a part of the Brown Act that there must be a verbal summary of changes before department heads in similar positions, salary or benefits are changed. And then there's, in a similar vein, another new provision is that special meetings cannot be held on the legislative body's salary or benefits. Those can only be changed at a regular meeting. And then finally, there's a clarification that individuals who are participating remotely and are being disruptive can be removed from the meeting. Obviously, if there's a way to just downgrade them to mute or listen only mode is ideal rather than fully removing them, but the law was clarified to note that they could be removed. And the disruption requirements remain the same as if they were in person. So providing them a warning first, and then if they continue to disrupt the meeting, they could be removed. And with that, we can move to the next slide, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Nicholas. We're going to ask questions of council first. So starting on my right, anything? Yes, go ahead.
So, Chris, I might need some help on this question. So in the two-way telephonic or two-way audiovisual, are the new improvements we're making for the city council going to help address those?
You know, I think that what they're speaking of, and Mike, or Nicholas, excuse me, may be able to chime in, is our call-in system.
Right.
And so our call-in system that we've been using for the last many years will stay as is. We don't envision any change to that, and I think that meets the requirements in the new law already. So the new video system is really, it's not something that is really necessarily tied to the changes in the law. It will just really enhance the community viewing experience, I guess you could say, for meetings. But we're already compliant on the telephonic call-in side of things.
Okay, so it's mostly telephonic or audio and not visual. Thank you.
Councilman Bausch.
How do we distill that for our advisory body meetings, if you would? We're not going to be video conferencing with our advisory body meetings, I take it.
I don't envision that we are. I do think on the planning commission side, though, with the new system, we're going to, I mean, those will be broadcast, much like city council meetings are, but I don't think our intent for a non-eligible type of body is to go, logistically it gets complicated, to say the least.
I have a question too along that line with regard to like the airport commission. Would they have to have their meetings in a facility that has all the equipment now, or
no,
technically they're out there?
I don't believe so, no. It would stay as is.
Not legislative.
This is really, I'm sorry.
They're not legislative, so no, they wouldn't need to.
This is really focused highly on the city council for the most part in our case, with some limited exceptions elsewhere.
Chris, you have any questions? Okay. Go ahead and open up to the public. Anybody having a question on this item, please come forward. Yeah.
I actually have two questions. One of Chris Hewitt. Wouldn't good governance, as far as the city attorney goes, to have a check and balance? Because the natural inclination of the city attorney is to please the people who hired her. For example, when I did the research and wrote the cease and desist letter, I also asked the attorney who helped me if there were violations of the Brown Act, and he said, technically no, but we were not following the spirit of the Brown Act. It seems to me there needs to be a check and balance there. And it needs to be, I think, a legal firm that's outside of the state. And I'll tell you why. My background is in political science, and I understand the principle of check and balances, and I don't see that we have any countervailing authority to make sure that the city attorney is actually in compliance. And I've seen that my emails and suggestions that we investigate Mayor Hammond for blatant ethics violations against the code of ethics of the city of Paso Robles, particularly in his defamatory and delirious accusations of a nefarious conspiracy. There needs to be some accountability here on the part of the city attorney, who I don't see has ever spoken up, even after the Tribune admitted there was no evidence of a nefarious conspiracy. So can we have some sort of accountability here?
No, we're not going to answer you. Thank you. Thank
My
you.
other question is related to that, is that Mayor Hammond's accusations made it, I guess they were originally in the Tribune or some newspaper, and Clive Pinder wrote a whole bunch of series. That could have been nipped in the bud if Mayor Hammond, and I suggested you say, I made a mistake. But will these new Brown Act about social media restrictions, what happens if the mayor says something and it ends up on Facebook? How do you enforce a restriction like that if he doesn't post it himself on a ridiculous assertion that there was a nefarious conspiracy, and he, says it, but it winds up on Facebook? And then what kind of recourse do we have? The city attorney won't put her foot down when he makes assertions that are prima facie and obviously completely wrong. So how do we handle a situation like that? And I don't think a city councilman should be held responsible if they don't use social media, but then somebody actually posts something. So how do we handle those two situations? Any response?
No response.
How about an apology for what you said about me that was totally untrue?
Not at all.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. I have one question. Who is Nicholas Norvell?
He's an attorney with BBK.
With BBK. So my second follow-up question, because I always have follow-up questions, why are we paying two attorneys to do one presentation? What is wrong with your ability to click and read those?
Dale, welcome.
Good evening, Dale Guston. My question relates to, I don't know if it's a violation of the Brown Act or not, but 3 times I've requested an answer to a question from the city attorney, and that is, what percentage of the fines that were deemed illegal have been refunded? Should be real simple question and answer, but I never get an answer.
Anyone else? Anybody else? We're taking questions on the presentation. Anyone online, Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay. Any other further questions for Nicholas on the presentation? Okay, Nicholas, thank you very much for updating us on BBK. And I would like to see if we could maybe have this PowerPoint sent to all of us as far as council members and anyone else that might be important to have.
Sure, we can do that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, moving on. We have now the time for general public comment. This is the time the public may address the council on items within its purview but not scheduled on tonight's agenda. Council and staff may briefly respond to statements or questions posed by the public. Please fill out a speaker information card, give it to our city clerk on speaking. Speakers will have 3 minutes. Those wishing to speak on any item tonight can do that when the item is being heard and considered at that time. So
We're lined up.
welcome.
Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. That behavioral health, that was the first 14 years of my career. It was kind of traumatic. That's why I have these wonderful arm bracelets to go with it. Anyhow, I have a few things to go through, but because watching an attorney sit right here and having an attorney explain and present, I'm going to go straight to the topic. Ms. Hall, I am concerned about your ineffective counsel. I'm not going to pursue having you removed by the vote of the people. Okay? But please be advised that it's clear to me after listening to the last Planning Commission that it should not take 4 or 5 attorneys to do one attorney's job. Simple. Larger cities in California, like Oakland, operate with 1 city attorney. You know that this city can fit in half of one of their districts, literally. With an assistant, depending on the size, and they're the only ones in charge. I find that BBK is taking advantage of our city by keeping you in that seat so they can add more cost to us. It should not take 5 attorneys from one firm to do one attorney's job. You have, and I had no idea Gary was going to be here tonight, so there must be something here for you today. Okay, it should not take 5. By keeping you in that job, the only benefit is to BBK, not us. It appears that we have more lawsuits against us since you've been in that seat. Some that you have actively agreed to and participated in against your own counsel. Moreover, you seem to lose most of those cases. So I urge the council to study the need for so many BBK staff required to do one job. One job. I worked for the city of Oakland for 1 month, one attorney. And I wasn't even going to say this tonight, but I just sat here and watched another attorney perform your job. That's disgusting. I actually want to ask you to resign again. Anyways, so that's that. What I wanted to originally say is that if I could take a bite again after, well, you know, I got more stuff to say, but I'm going to get stuck on this. I just have had enough, Ms. Hall. I've had enough of you. You are ineffective. You don't care about this city. You seem to require so much hand-holding. You don't stick up for your own counsel. I have not seen you do one thing that is relative by yourself. Stop ripping this city off. You played a dangerous game. You even allowed that stuff to happen to me, including you, Mayor. You guys, I'd never mistreated any of you. But no, you too, Chris Bill, I'm taking my Cliff Branch 6 minutes tonight.
Oh, you're done.
Yes, I am.
Thank you,
And
ma'am.
you can shut me up and I will speak louder.
You can shut her off if you
Shut me
like.
up.
Thank you.
So what I'm going to say to you guys is that you had no right to do the things that you did to him, to me, to Garrett, to him. You're a disgrace to your city, Ms. Hall. Please resign. I have so many positive things to say tonight, but watching our city get billed for a one-person job right in front of me, when is it going to stop? $134,000, $224,000 to do what? Sue your own counselor? I'm just shocked at this point. I had three minutes of really positive things to say. But the one thing that I obviously have to say tonight is I'm not pursuing to leave, but I swear to God, I hope you resign because we are tired of the stuff you put us through.
Welcome, Michael.
I rise to ask the question of Mayor Hammond. You know, there was a conspiracy theory that was proposed during an election cycle, and it was related to Ty Lewis and his attempt to sue the city for over $2 million. And in publications, you had indicated, oh yeah, there was a conspiracy theory. Well, you know, I still haven't seen a report on that from the city attorney or anybody else related to our city manager. I was smeared during an election cycle by you. It was reported that the conspiracy, which was supposedly tied partly to me, I had nothing to do with it, with anything about any conspiracy, and neither did anybody else because it was proven that there was no conspiracy. You put a sitting city council member through the ringer, and we still don't know what the outcome of that investigation was because you indicated there was going to be an investigation. Is there an investigation? What was the outcome? How much did that cost? What was the cost of that? And then let me think. I'm going back in my memory to just recently when you indicated you wondered, I think out loud, what the cost of litigation was costing the city. And we could go through chapter and verse, from the water issues to suggested conspiracies, all the different types of BBK bills us for, what's the total cost to the city of Paso Robles and the citizens and the public and the taxpayers, which you're responsible for oversight of? What happened there? How much has that cost us? Why haven't we gotten a report on this alleged conspiracy that'll outline and tell the public? And why haven't you said, you know what? I was mistaken. I apologize to those people. You said it. It was written. I mean, it was publicized that you were buying into Ty Lewis's belief that there was some conspiracy. You shouldn't just shake your head and poo-poo it, Mr. Hammond. That's not a very nice thing to do to people who had nothing to do with anything of the sort. You made an accusation or bought into a theory that didn't exist. That's sad. You're the mayor, for God's sake. You have a higher level of responsibility and accountability, and you haven't provided that accountability to the public. I hope you will.
Thank you, sir.
Gary Lehrer, 1472 Whippoorwill Lane, Templeton. Ditto the previous two speakers. And I'm supposed to address the city council, but there's one person in particular that really frosts me, and that's the person who made unsubstantiated claims and sent me an email and said, I didn't even know you were on the list from Ty Lewis. Well, that just goes to show that the person who sent me that email had no idea what they were talking about. You all know this. I don't have to really talk because you've seen probably 100 emails from me. And why the city attorney didn't nip this in the bud, is beyond me, because this is totally crazy. And Clive Pinder himself, now somebody mentioned about supporting the constitutional rights of citizens. What about me? What about Linda George, Michael Rivera, Glenn O'Hagan? What about their constitutional rights to be able to run and not have election interference? Now, Clive Pinder admitted on the Dave Congleton show, I point blank asked him, what's up with this release? And he says, well, it was because I need to write about the election. Well, that was election interference. And you know what? We had 3 people running, and they're all covered by federal laws for protecting classes. And not one single liberal, so-called liberal Democrat, stood up and said, these are protected minority classes. You can't do this. You exposed the whole city to millions of dollars of lawsuits with that fallacious and frankly baffling. We all know why I'm up here. That was just plain election interference. You were afraid. Ty Lewis was not the target. The target was to get council seats so we could stem the corruption here. And the people who facilitate the corruption and the people who play into the special interests and raise a ton of money. We go door to door, we raise maybe 10 cents for every dollar that you guys can raise. This is just, I would say I'm shocked, but my background is political science, and a political science professor wrote a paper that this is like the way 2/3 of the country is run like this. It's no surprise, but 6 of us decide we're not gonna play this game anymore. You know what, we want honesty in government, and we have to get squashed and stomped down and accused of crap. And if somebody was so concerned about waste of taxpayer money, then pay the taxpayers back for your personal vendetta. If you're really, truly interested in saving taxpayer money, pay the taxpayers back for the failed illegal parking program. Pay the taxpayers back and stop pointing the finger at other people. You had plenty of responsibility. What about the tenants we lost at the airport? Anyway, I'm going to reclaim parts of my time because
Thank you, sir.
I have time left over from a previous statement.
No, we're done. Thank you.
No, we are not done. I am not done.
Yeah, you are.
I'm sick of your nefarious conspiracy accusations. Done.
Thank you. Welcome, Dale.
Am I back on?
Yes.
Dale Augustin. I still expect an answer to my question, but that's not why I'm here at this microphone now. You know, I've been an active member of Main Street for a long time. And as you know, Norma Moy passed. But Norma Moy, our great leader since 1993, set everything up so well organized that all the programs are still going on. One of them is the movie that's going to be on February 15th. Ted Meet Sally, starring Meg Ryan and Billy Crystal. It's a romantic comedy. It's going to be on the big screen at 6 o'clock on the 15th at the Park Cinemas. It's $20, and for that $20, you not only get this great old musical comedy, but you get popcorn, soda, and a chocolate. I invite you to come. And we will be, of course, honoring Norma, but also there is a celebration of life scheduled for Norma on February 28th at the fairgrounds at 6 o'clock. Anyway, thank you for your time.
It's a cool movie. Thank you, Dale. Welcome.
Good evening. Sharon Roden. I'm speaking as a private citizen. Thank you for the pavement up there on Panorama and Sunset and Fairview. We've had an issue up on Panorama for quite a while. Mostly kids, and the police department, bless their hearts, I bug them about every week. Park up there doing drugs, doing other stuff. And I would like to request that we have red striping right there on Panorama until it hits the curve down towards the houses. It's not wide enough for people to park and to be able to get a fire truck through. Plus, there's a fire hydrant right there. So that needs to be painted red anyway. And now that it came up, comments were made about our attorney. And good, bad, or indifferent, I've had to deal with attorneys over my life. And there's a reason why you hire a firm versus a single attorney. In most cases, in larger businesses, you not only have contracts, water issues, easements, just various things, just like you don't go to a general practitioner for cancer. You go to an oncologist, you go to specialists. Within a large firm, you have those people. The reason we had somebody speak to the Brown Act tonight, it's not that Elizabeth doesn't understand the Brown Act, but that person is an expert in it. And the Oakland City Attorney's Office may have a sitting primary attorney, but there are 82 attorneys underneath them. And they spend $33.46 million a year just in Oakland. Plus, they have outside attorneys beyond that at a cost of around $10 million. The California Attorney General has over 1,100 attorneys under them and a staff of almost 5,000 at a cost of $1.3 billion. So the idea that if we went out and got a singular attorney for city business, we'd end up doing as much, if not more, with paying outside firms that are not aware of our day-to-day business. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? And do we have anyone online, Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I totally agree with BBK. In today's world of law, you need to have experts in all the different fields, and Elizabeth can handle a lot of them, but not everything. So thank you guys for being here. All right, let's move on to agenda's items to be deferred. Mr. Hewitt, do we have any of that?
Mayor, no items for deferral this evening.
Oh, okay.
So-
I have a request for a break.
4 minutes.
Okay, all right, well, we'll run real quick. Back here in about 10 till.
You got it.
Okay, we'll go ahead and reconvene, and we left off at overview of items to be on consent calendar tonight. Chris Huat, can you give us what we're going to be talking about?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. 7 items on your consent calendar. The first is the approval of your minutes from the last meeting, January 14th. The second item is the receipt of advisory body minutes. There are several for your consideration tonight. Youth Commission for the December 3rd meeting, Senior Citizens Advisory Committee for their December 8th meeting, Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee for their December 8th meeting, and then Planning Commission, you're catching up on some meeting minute approvals. So you have 2 meetings from August of last year, 2 meetings from September, 1 meeting from October, and then a meeting from December. Item number 3 is the receipt of the warrant register. Since our last meeting, the city has made $2.3 million in various payments. I'll cover those that exceed $100,000. There are 5 of them tonight. The first is a payment to the San Luis Obispo County Public Works Department. This is related to July through September quarterly energy cost out of the water fund, and this is associated with our share of the Nacimiento pipeline costs. So that's a regular kind of reoccurring expense. Item number 2 is a payment to Pacific Gas and Electric. This is for our November of last year utility costs out of the water department in the amount of $101,430.86. Item number 3 is a payment to Mott McDonald. This is related to work that's happening on some different design work at the Union Road overcrossing project in the amount of $149,483.73, and I believe this is mostly funded through state grant funds. Item number 4 is a payment to Visit SlowCal, and this is for the November 2025 assessment pass-through. So again, this is money that the city collects on behalf of Visit SlowCal and passes through to them. This is not city revenue going out the door, so to speak, and the amount passed through was $117,905.59. And then the last item is a similar type of pass-through payment to Travel Paso, again for the November 2025 assessment and some prior month catch-ups. And this is in the amount of $156,464.09. Items 4, 5, and 6 are similar. They're the receipt of the treasurer's report for October, November, and December 2025 respectively. And the last item on your consent calendar this evening is the approval of an oak tree removal permit. And this is a request to remove a 38.5-inch blue oak tree, and this is located at 1387 Creston Road, which is the apartment complex there on Creston Road. And the staff's recommendation is removal based upon several factors identified by a certified arborist. And there is, of course, the requirement under the oak tree removal process that it requires the replacement and offset of the removal with 5 native oak trees at a 2-inch caliper or equivalent to be planted on the site for mitigation. With that, that concludes the consent calendar, and happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Well, thank you, Mr. City Manager Huot. Items on the consent calendar are considered routine and do not normally require separate discussion. However, any member of the council or the public has specific questions or wants a clarification on an item, we will get those answered before vote is taken. Secondly, any member of the council or the public that wants to pull a full item for the discussion will cause that item to be then moved to the end of the discussion items portion of our agenda tonight. I will now ask the council if they have any questions specific to any items on this council, on this agenda 1 through 7. Chris?
I think I have a question. I think it's hopefully just a question for P7. If not, I may want to pull the whole thing.
Okay. You want to go ahead and ask the question real quick, see if it needs to be...
Warren, what happens if somebody kills an oak tree in Paso Robles?
So oak trees are protected by the city's oak tree preservation ordinance. They can only be removed by council approval. In this case, a tree that was to be protected during construction was protected during construction reasonably, but has since died. We do need approval to remove it at this point. It's not completely dead. So the request is at this point to authorize the removal with mitigation.
Doesn't answer my question. If I had an oak tree in my yard and I killed it, and somebody found out and reported me, what would happen to me?
There's various violation penalties and fines. It is a potential misdemeanor.
So would I pay a fine if it's a 32-inch oak tree?
It would most likely, it would come to the council, so the council would have the choice to require mitigation, or they could direct it for, you know, a municipal code violation, potentially, if they chose to.
Okay, so not, I mean, there's no major, like, jail time, there's no, I mean, I would be probably required to replace it, or with several smaller oak trees, something along those lines?
Yeah, so the ordinance is set up where there's a variety of ways to gain compliance short of like criminal prosecution.
Right. Okay, that's good, okay. All right, in this case, we don't think this was intentional. It's unfortunate. I'm looking at item 1 on page 7. The project arborist has provided an arborist report that indicates that the tree is in poor condition, likely due to root rot disease. The disease likely entered the tree's root system through damage caused by unauthorized encroachment into the tree's critical root zone during construction. That was unfortunate, unintentional, most likely. Negligent, maybe?
Yeah, the whole project was designed around protecting the tree. You can see that even after construction, it's an area to be avoided. Now, the fences, you know, weren't kept, you know, tight, but there's not really, we don't have any evidence there was anything that happened next to the tree that, you know, would have caused the tree to die. I mean, I've seen trees take a lot of abuse and survive.
Right.
This tree appeared to have been totally protected during the whole construction process, yet ends up dead in the end. And, you know, they're living things, so sometimes stuff like that happens.
Right. My concern in this is that some other less scrupulous builder might say, well, they got away with it, and I'll just go ahead and build around it in the future, and the thing will die, and I'll be able to do what I want. The builder can't build on this site anyway. If this tree is removed, they can't build on this site anyway, right?
No. So like you can see there, you know, there was a substantial area that was set aside to protect the tree. That area still has to remain open. There's a requirement to provide 5 additional replantings. Not all of them should go here, but probably at least 3 of them will go here. So we will have oak trees there in the future again.
All right. Thank you. I'm good, John.
Yeah, me too. Warren, I mean, just for my edification, I didn't see anything in the report with the age. Some of these oak trees in the 100, 150 years old are naturally going to start doing this, I believe. Isn't that kind of correct on a lot of these heritage oaks that we've seen kind of start falling apart and falling on people? I think that's the main point here, is that it could hurt somebody, and that's the issue.
Well, that's the case now, but, you know, the tree was vigorous. I mean, the whole project was designed around this was the best tree to save. We saved this tree. That tree was in great shape. Not that much happened around the tree to cause it to die, but it died.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Any other questions on consent? Okay. I'll open up then to the public. Anyone wishing to have a question on any item on 1 through 7? Seeing none. Do we have anybody online?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll bring it back then to council for discussion and/or direction.
Mayor Hammond, I move we approve consent agenda item 1 through 7.
Second.
Motion by Gregory, second by Bausch. Any discussion? I'll call for the question then.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on, city manager report. Mr. Watt.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. 4 items tonight. First, I wanted to thank the community and Councilmember Bausch and Beal for coming out to coffee with the city. I almost said coffee with the city manager. It's no longer that. It's coffee with the city last Friday. We had a really good turnout. I think one of the highest turnouts we've had since we launched that series a couple years ago. It is coming back monthly. Mr. Malowitz and I are working now on the programming for that, and so I would expect one in February, and then to follow there on after. So excited to have that program back. Our goal at some point here in the not too distant future is to be able to record those sessions and then be able to share those for folks that can't be there at 7:30 in the morning on a Friday to try to engage more of our community. I did want to provide a brief update for obviously earlier tonight we recognized Ms. Berman for her retirement, and of course now we have a Public Works Director position to fill. I'm pleased to let you all know and the public know that we should be kicking that recruitment off formally this week is our goal to get that out. We're looking to broadcast that recruitment far and wide and hopefully find, of course, an excellent candidate to fill those big shoes. In the interim, I have asked, and he has accepted, begrudgingly maybe, I don't know, Mr. Malowitz to actually help fill in for the next few months as we go through that transition. I have all the confidence in our Public Works leadership team to continue to do the great work they're doing. And I view Mr. Malowitz stepping in as the way to help guide that department and also be able to keep in close contact with myself as we make sure that that team is supported through the transition. So I appreciate his willingness, especially being newer to our organization, to step into that role. And I'm excited to see him be able to help in this transition. On another note, we expect to be able to start moving back into City Hall starting next week, and it's going to be a phased move-in schedule. So we'll make sure to update the council and the community with the specifics of that and when services, over-the-counter services, are going to transition back upstairs, both utility billing and community development on the planning and building side. But I think next week you'll see the city manager's office start to return to that space, and then we'll move on from there. And again, the community and the council will be updated, but very excited. This space is going to be much more functional and welcoming, as Mr. Sloan talked about, for staff and for the public. And I think we're going to have more space to be able to get at the public's business. And then lastly, some good news and some little bit of late breaking news. Earlier this afternoon, we learned that the president signed into law an appropriations bill that carries with it $850,000 for the city of Paso Robles to help facilitate an affordable housing project at 23rd and Pine. This is the vacant lot that kind of sits next to the railroad track across from the fairgrounds parking lot. You know, it's been somewhat of obviously an underutilized parcel, trying to figure out how best to use that parcel. And so we're excited that money will go towards facilitating that project, whether that being purchasing the land or other aspects of it there. But we've been able to secure that funding, which is great. It's adding into the puzzle piece that is an affordable housing development, because they are a financial puzzle to do. So excited about that. And with that wraps up my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Moving on, then we have the council business and community reports, starting on my left with Councilman Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to thank the fire department, Station 1, Engine 8191, for their presence last night at Oak Park, where the whole building had all of the smoke alarms going off, and there was a lot of concern and fear and confusion. It looked like kind of a chaotic situation, but you cleared everything and let everyone know it was safe, and we appreciate that. I also want to acknowledge our police department. I had the opportunity to connect with Officer Beal, who's no relation, who's a member of the CAT team, and he was our team leader for the point-in-time count. Also, Councilmember Bausch joined with another team that day. It's a very helpful process. And it was really interesting to see Officer Beal in action, really, because it showed he had a relationship with everybody that we came into contact with. He was very familiar with people's cases. He was really the perfect person to lead our team to do the surveys and the observations. I represented the city at PRWCA Wine Gala. Thank you for trusting me with that in your absence. We did a little walking tour with our assistant city manager in the uptown neighborhood, and I would invite anyone else, if you want to go on a walking tour with me, I would be happy to walk around uptown. There's so much interesting things going on. Stormwater team actually briefed me. You know, a lot of the district that I represented is on the west side. There's a lot of aging infrastructure. We have those bubble-up drains, you know, it's a thing. So they took the time to sort of explain to me what's going on from an infrastructure standpoint in the stormwater system. Did you know that we have 800 storm drain inlets? I didn't know that. Did you know that we have 21 miles of storm drain pipes? I didn't know that. So that's actually a lot of work. And it's just a reminder to everyone that most of what the city does happens without anybody notice it, and it happens without a hitch. And I'm grateful to be here and to be of service. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Chris. Councilmember Vouch.
Thank you. Just quickly, January 15th, headed down to San Luis for the point in time count training. Thank you very much to Carrie Howell and her staff for that. January 19th, celebration of Dr. Martin Luther King in downtown park. Thank you to staff for setting up, to SLO Mayor Erica Stewart for her remarks, Mayor Hammond for hosting, emceeing, Paso Robles High School Choir for providing entertainment, lift every voice and sing, to the volunteers that provided the care packages in the library, and the mulch beautification service project, the library for the art contest. Thank you to Starbucks on Creston Road for providing coffee and hot chocolate, and for the Lions Club for providing lunch for the service project volunteers. On January 22nd, Mayor Hammond and I attended Main Street's A Toast to Norma Moy at the Park Cinema. Great event, very well attended. Good to see so many Main Street friends. January 27th, participated with Councilmember Beal in the National 2026 point in time count. I was very fortunate to be teamed up with CAT team members, Sergeant Michael Smoke Ricard, Officer Mike Radican, and one very impressive homo service manager, Ashley Hernandez. Without going into too much detail here, the riverbed looked very, very clean. It was cleaner than 2 years ago. The homeless unhoused that we met seemed very polite, with excellent interaction with the CAT team and with Ms. Hernandez. Very impressive. We still have a lot of work to do, but thank you very much for all that you have accomplished so far. January 28th, attended the first of 2 employee engagement meetings. Thank you, Mr. Hewitt, for presenting a very factual and realistic portrayal of where the city is and where we are headed. Your leadership thus far is very impressive. I appreciate the respectful dialogue and the questions you received from our staff and team members. Tried to attend the Paso Robles Area Groundwater Authority meeting last week, only to find out it had been canceled. My bad. I look forward to it whenever that's rescheduled. And then, as Mr. Hewitt mentioned, I attended with Councilmember Beal coffee with the city at Calacross Brewery. Once again, thank you, Mr. Hewitt, for presenting very factual and realistic portrayal, if very, very lengthy, portrayal of where the city is and where we are headed. Thank you to all the citizens and staff that turned out. It was a good presentation. I appreciate that. That's my report.
Very good. Thanks, Chris. Steve Gregory, Pro Tem.
Yeah, I'd like to also thank Chris for taking care of things so I could go on a little Spanish class for 2 weeks. But
welcome home. Yeah.
Thank you. And as I travel around the world and have my escapades, so to speak, I keep looking back at where I live and what a great community we have, what great employees we have in our city, what great leadership. And there's not very many places like Paso Robles in this world. as when you go into a country that's not as wealthy as we are, you see the evidence of how great we live and how nice we have it to have a police and fire department and our water departments and everybody taking care of us. It really is eye-opening for those who haven't been out of the country. I would just like to say thank you to Frida for all the work she's done for us. And looking forward to Dave and giving him some problems in Public Works. And no, just kidding. You'll do fine. And just want to thank the city for its leadership with Chris Hewitt and what you guys are doing. It's really nice. There's a lot of nice commentary coming to me all the time right now about how professional our management is at the city. And so thank you to you and all your staff and everybody that keeps us safe and alive here in Paso Robles, and well planned, Warren. So thank you.
Thank you, Steve. For me, I had, first off, a county meeting, integrated waste management. Everything went fine on that. Then I also attended, along with Mr. Huot and Mr. Sloan, Fort Hunter Liggett, their 85th anniversary, 85 years since it was formed. They have several things planned in the next month or two, but this was their first event. A lot of dignitaries there, and it was good to attend. Following that, I actually had our normal county mayors meeting, which all 7 mayors meet once a month, and I had kind of floated an idea to that group that with the things that were going on with ICE, that maybe we should, as a group, do a statement, so I kind of crafted some language, and I couldn't get everybody to buy in, so I just basically said, fine, we're going to do it ourselves, and I did anyway, and it's just a statement of, having to express the hope that people who want to protest peacefully, and that, they respect the rule of law. I think that's a very neutral statement. I think we need to get out in front of what could happen here. I think it's not going to get any better in coming months, but it's important that, we as a governing body state that we want to see this kind of action happen when they don't feel like their government is serving them. Protest peacefully, but don't really get into more trouble. So, also attended, of course, the MLK event. That was very well done. And then I also did the toast to Norma, Chris Bausch and myself. That was very well attended and good to have that. I also met with Congressman Jimmy Panetta. He was in town. He wanted to stop by and take a look at our new training center that he helped with $500,000 of funding. I believe overall it's about a $1.6 million project that we did, but he was very impressed, and we all have to kind of get out there and take a look at it. We walked through the whole thing, and it's really going to help not only our department, but other departments too, with regard to training and keeping our insurance cost in check. Having that facility is going to be very important. So that's all I had at this point. The upcoming events, we have the Paso Robles Youth Commission Advisory Committee meeting February 4th. That's tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Paso Robles Senior Citizens Advisory Committee next Monday, I believe it is, the 9th at 1:30. We have Development Review Committee February 9th at 4 p.m. Then the Paso Robles Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting February 9th at 4 p.m. The Paso Robles Planning Commission is going to be meeting here in this room February 10th at 6:30. We have the Library Board of Trustees going to be meeting February 12th at 9 a.m. in the morning. City offices are going to be closed in observance of the President's Day. It's February 16th coming up, President's Day. And our next City Council meeting is going to be in this room, the Centennial Park North Room, February 17th at 6 p.m. And given what we had tonight with Frida, I'd like to close in the name of an all-star public employee and that Public Works Director, Frida Brittman. So I'd like to make a motion to adjourn within her name. Could I get a second? All right, we have a motion by Hammond, second by Bausch. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We stand adjourned.
Look at someone else's brother, okay? It's like a